SoftBank Group dissolves the share stake in Nvidia, according to an SEC filing.
Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Good to see you, Kip Gift, USA, Prashant, Vanpat, Bridget, Bawa, Mark. Thanks for joining. Welcome all. So, markets, tech, especially under a lot of pressure, guys. Sell offs intensifying in tech. Yeah, waiting for this bottoming process now. Yes, Dow, Russell, all under pressure. Nasdaq is slightly better as compared to the sectors today. Right now we are printing new session lows in Dow, Russell. Gold sitting at our weekly expected move lower edge.
Nvidia shares are down around 1.6% following SoftBank dissolving their share stake in the company.
Too risky to short here, especially Nasdaq down
The Russell
300 plus
2000
point.
falls 1.3%.
ES, Dow and Russell still continuing to make a new low.
General Motors CFO says the tariff environment is getting more stable.
It's pure volatility. What long, what short. As long as you got a good entry and good exit in time with money, it's volatility. Vol. Angry volatility. It's crazy, guys. And the market sells off. It's really, things can really, spiral down very quickly. So this is still all dead cat bounce category. Nothing, which is convincing as a reversal yet in the market. Yeah, as long as it lasts, take advantage before it rotates back down again. That's your 71. I told you, right? 71. Market is looking for 71. That's our master's level. New paradigm members. That's what we traded. Again, one more time, 71. Here on the live stream, as soon as I came, I said, announced, right? We are looking for 71 to happen. That's your 71 delivered. That's our master's level for today on Nasdaq. One of the master's level out of 4. So yeah, no losing accounts today so far. Everything on the green end. Are you trading MNQ or MES, Naveen? Switch to ES, guys. Especially on the down days, Nasdaq will not, it will not be forgiving at all. ES is very forgiving in that aspect of volatility. You have to have very sharp skills both on the long, short side, quick on hands to take profit, quick on hands to cut the loss, patience. I have always reminded you, right? If you're struggling, especially on the down days, up days you can trade Nasdaq or micro Nasdaq, it's fine. On the down days, guys, it is really, the range gets absolutely insane. It is not possible to manage your risk using even micro Nasdaq, especially if you average down. It can really hurt you hard. Yes, in that aspect is very forgiving. Your account will survive. You might be just able to get break even. You might get away with the averaging down. You might live to or survive to live or trade another day with ES. So give it a try. It will, it could be little bit frustrating on a day or two, but on a down day you will be thanking. Like I when I trade, especially in the initial first few years, like first 2 years, whenever I struggled, I used to switch to ES or micro ES. I mean, I would clearly tell, like on a day like today, I managed to get away with a small loss or a small break even kind of a day. But if it was MNQ, I would have purely blown this account. I would acknowledge it like that at the end of the day. You can lie outside, we can camouflage how we feel to others, but to ourselves, you have to be very honest. And if I speak honestly myself, in the first few months or first few years of my trading, first 2 years, I would thank myself. Thank God you were in ES or micro ES, you survived today. Else, for sure, you were gone today. Especially going against that trend, holding, averaging down, not cutting the loss. Nasdaq would have gone back up strongly, but only after your account was blown, then it will go and sit at the highs by the afternoon, late afternoon. You can trade. I am trading NQ right now, but again, your skills has to be to that level, and it will only come once you have had sufficient time. In our case, like good 3-4 years of trading experience, then you will be great with NQ. It is a very dangerous product, guys. It is having a big range, high volatility. So not that you will not be able to ever trade Nasdaq, but you will be able to trade right now with the current skills in 1 year, 6 months, 2 years. Only the green days or the small range days, especially when there is a down day, big range, I'm guaranteeing you guys, you're not going to survive with micro Nasdaq also. It's a good product, but once you learn the art of, or master the art of, conquering it, right, on the both the side of the market, you trade long, short, or you are very sharp with your entries and tactical with your exits, it is not a product to buy and hold and wait and watch for gains. Very rarely a nice strong green trending day happens. Mostly any gains happens, it is in the pre-market, and as soon as the market open, it dumps like heavily. That's the nature, right? Because the Asia session, Europe session, the volumes are lighter, market generally grinds higher or maintains small gain, and as soon as the US open happens, big money dumps, the algorithm triggers selling, big at selling, they have to sell into the selling. That's the hedging activities. Nobody is going to sit there and eat loss, especially big firms, big money institutions, algorithm, they will never eat those loss. Once the structure breaks, they have to sell and participate in selling. The negative feedback loop kicks in, selling begets selling, and they go for whatever the previous low and then some, right, to eat the liquidity below it. And here the bottoming process, you will keep scratching your head. The moment it is green, the moment it is red, the moment it is a reversal, the moment it is a new low. Look at that, we are making a higher high, we are making a lower low. I mean, you will not be able to realize what has hit you. But yeah, once you know that the volatility is expanding, we are continuing to make higher high, continuing to make lower low, you are quick to trade both sides of the market. Yeah, like here, I'm still like I am so eager to punch along here, but I'm avoiding that urge. We know I know because if this rejects here, it is coming straight back down one more time. I wouldn't short it. I wouldn't short it though. That being said, I am not going to short it. So I have huge profits, guys. So I'm going to switch to micros now, so that at least I'll continue to read the market for you, because I don't want to give back my profits. At the same time, I want to be helpful as much as I can to you while being here on the live stream. Okay, so that's the reason why I'll switch to micros now. Hope you don't mind. Even if you mind, I don't care. No, I take an offense. You take trading micros, I am going to take an offense. I have good profits, man. Let me keep my gains. Let me be happy one evening that I managed to have a good day all the way till end of the day. Because ideally I should stop trading now, but I'm sure you will not like that if I close the stream now. You want me to be there. So let's have a win-win. I'll try to maintain my gains by switching to micros and only trading one account. And whether it is micro or e-mini, I am very serious. Even with the micro, I am going to trade as if I'm trading like I'm trading an e-mini. Okay, so no loss in the quality, whether micro or e-mini. I always trade as if I'm trading e-minis. So where do we start here now? Are we looking to short? No, man, don't short. This is starting to look good right now. We have top of the hour coming up, so we could get a rotation back down for the top of the hour. But as of now, it is pushing for top of the hour into the VWAP. Next number 25.75 on ES. Next number on Nasdaq is 668. But we have VWAP coming up here on ES at 21.75 area. Nasdaq VWAP is at 19. So I think VWAP might happen here. VWAP might happen.
So the US are to auction $105 billion in 4-week bills. That's on February 19th, settling on February 24th. Could you talk about the trades you made? We mostly went with our levels. IV. We had our Tarantino levels. I don't know if you are part of New Paradigm Group, but we had 2 levels on the Nasdaq, 495 and 501. That worked really well for us here. We can enable. I'll have to switch to E-minis to show you our trades. Believe it or not, we did not short. Those were all long. So that's why I said, right, doesn't matter even if the market is down, our trades were long. Look at that. These are our levels. So 71, as I mentioned, right, is our master's level. So every time we dipped in this area, you can see, right, 71 exit, 71 exit. This was also for 71. Again, when I came on the live stream, we were punching long, right? This was the long, targeting 71 area. And in the morning, we went for the midpoint. So those were the opening trade. We bought this, pullback, all this pullback into the midpoint. So VWAP, we got few scalp, and here, I survived this long and exited 71. So basically, we bought this long into 71. Again, this long into 71. So we bought this dip into 71 area. Why? Because below we had 2 levels here, 95. 500 and here 430. Everything we have our masters and new paradigm level. Those were our last set of the level for today. If you see today in our charts, we have this level identified for buying the dip. This was the midpoint. This was that long. So bought this area consistently for 71. So this was the area we targeted today, buying this zone, exiting here at 71. Why we preferred buying the dip for that 71? Because none of the individual tech names were at the weekly lows. Like there were some sellings, but certainly not into the weekly expected move lower edge. 350 coming. Did it happen? Yeah, it already happened. Yeah, this is rotation back into the VWAP. So taking a shot into the VWAP. but trend has started to change. Be careful. This is again a counter trading just for the small scalps. Trend has reversed clearly. I wouldn't hold this. If it cracks above 700, I wouldn't hold these shorts. Up to 700, I prefer shorting into the VWAP. Yeah, it is starting to go back up, but 700, I feel okay to have short all the way till 700. Above that, I'll take a loss. Is there a rejection? Small rejection. So let's give ourselves a chance to exit. See, good that I switched to micro, right? $100 loss there, $150 loss. This would have been a $1,500 loss with the e-minis. Especially when you have made the money, you know, try to, like call it a day. And if you still continue to trade, you should switch at least the size down. And now it is squeeze in progress, so let's get out of their way. Let them go into the gap fill again one more time. Market trying to turn positive. ES going for the midpoint, guys. What a crazy reversal. So this is squeeze. Obviously, many shorts they got squeezed now after seeing that big down movement. They have completely almost done a V-shaped recovery. Hmm. Yeah, no shorting right now. Very strong structure. What happened? AI concerns are gone already in 10 minutes. 10-15 minutes we were like down 400 with the AI concerns. Now AI concerns are gone. Fucking like news are like a joke. The stock market. I told right. I told member like this is bullshit. Like AI concerns and all. Nothing. Nothing. It's just that they want to grab the liquidity. They do this kind of a move, create a panic. Now they are back to normal trading range. Yeah, I mean, I tried one shot and I failed in that one shot. All the money I have made is all through longs. So it speaks buying the dip, especially when there is no real news. I think it still works well. At least I shot it with micro. That is the good thing. I shot it, but I shot it with micros. So this is a strong squeeze. I don't think I'll short it here.
The Fed bids for 6-month bills total $3.5 billion and 3-month bills total $4.1 billion. According to a US official, Iranians said that they would come back in the next 2 weeks with detailed proposals to address some of the open gaps in our positions. US official says progress was made, but there's still a lot of details to discuss.
Nasdaq going to the midpoint. Yeah, it was first for the ES. ES reached its midpoint. Nasdaq almost home. Dow above the midpoint. Russell almost about to reach its midpoint. So basically we are flat. Anything driving the reversal? First of all, nothing was driving the sell-off. It was for no reason, nonsense selling. None of the products were at the lower edge. So I don't know what was driving the market. It was mostly index price action. So none of the individual tech names, none of the sectors, were indicating a sell in the pre-market. Our analysis was all for the midpoint, and we are all the indexes are at the midpoint right now. Nothing. There was none of the big 8 tech stocks were a candidate for the weekly low today, this morning. None of the sectors were a candidate for the weekly lows. It was again, I made sure I mentioned to the new paradigm member that any selling happens, which will be top down, right? Index sells and it will reflect in the stocks, but there was nothing in the stocks or sectors which was reflecting, there is going to be a sell off. So in the index, they can do top down selling, grab the liquidity, and now they are back. Yeah, gold was the only thing which we tried to show. So what I was telling about gold is, if you see gold hit the lower edge of the expected move. It came back for the double bottom. Again, it went back third time and held the lower edge, and it is bouncing from lower edge. But if you map recently the moves in the gold, this is 1 hour time frame. So I don't know if I map Nasdaq on top of it, NQ E-mini. I don't know what is the correct time frame to show, but all recent sell off, you can see, right? Whether Nasdaq or gold, they are neck to neck. Right, blue line represent Nasdaq, and you can see that candle in the gold. Every time gold has sold off or rallied, every time you can see that today's selling again, gold going into the lower edge, it is bringing Nasdaq down with it. That is the only thing which is, we can justify the reason gold sold off 3% or so. Nasdaq dipped along with the gold.
Axios reports that Iran is to give the US detailed proposals in the next 2 weeks.
This is the better view. If you see, this is Nasdaq versus gold.
Citing a headline from earlier, the US official, who again said that Iranians said that they would come back in the next 2 weeks with detailed proposals.
Any selling in the gold has been complemented by selling in Nasdaq. Any rally in the gold has been complemented with rally in Nasdaq. That is the only correlation.
So S&P500 just up around 0.15% at the moment. Brings us now 10 minutes away from the bottom of the hour, where the US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.6% and a prior bid to cover of 2.76. They're also due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills, with a prior high yield of 3.5% and a prior bid to cover of 3.09.
So yeah, we did a lot of brainstorming in the market to understand why this market is struggling. But yeah, apart from gold, because within tech also, like, there is nothing which is like, I think I showed it to you on Friday as well. Go back to like S&P 500, right, and go and check the performance last 6 months while the markets are flat. 6-month performance, you can see, right, everything looks solid green, right, apart from Nvidia, which is flat, and Microsoft, which is down, and Amazon and Meta. Only handful of name, right? Microsoft, Amazon, Meta are down, and Nvidia is flat. Rest all marketplace is fine. This, even if they are down little bit, Visa and Mastercard, they have some tariff news, or this interest rate on their credit card will be low kind of a news going on, so that's why they are down. But otherwise marketplace is fine. All we need is one or two name, Amazon, Meta, or Microsoft, or Nvidia. Out of these four name, something starts rallying, and this market could be back to all-time highs, guys. This struggle which we are experiencing in the market, I mean, it's not because of heavy selling going on. Market in the last 6 months, you can see it looks flat, but here there's nice buying going on in the sectors. In the technology stock, Google up 50%, Tesla up 23%, Apple up 12%, Micron up 240% there, easily becoming a big block now. Healthcare is up solid. All we need is one or two product, Amazon, Microsoft, or Meta. Out of these three, or Nvidia. I mean, we heard, right, SoftBank dumping their position in Nvidia. We just need one of the big tech and one of these to complement. Amazon or Meta complements Microsoft or Nvidia. Any one out of these two starts rallying, and this thing could be back up at the top end of the range one more time. Yeah, the only thing I could map it was gold. Gold is the only thing which is, I don't know, it's creating the whatever, like, liquidity crunch or whatever, inflow and sudden inflow outflow of the money in the gold. Came back to red instead of big time red on live account. Yeah, but still take it slow, Naveen. ES, again, don't make a mistake of like blindly trusting ES E-minis. I would still suggest trade micros. You are going to be very happy. That's what when as I mentioned, right, initially, whenever in the starting first few months, whenever I thought of giving up, ES was a savior.
Spot 2% now.
So I would still recommend trade ES. Gives you room to average down just in case the project, that trade goes against you. Don't trade E-minis. There's no flexibility, and and don't average on a lot. Just give wide room. Like if it goes 30 points or 25 points against you, then you add 1 to 1, and that's it. Don't go on the spree of averaging down a lot, because it can soon spiral and become a big snowball. ES is a big notional value as compared to Nasdaq. 1 point in Nasdaq is worth $20 E-minis. 1 point in ES is worth $50. So even if it moves less, the notional value is high. And if you quickly build up a big size in ES, the losses can still be very catastrophic. So yeah, guys, you can see that trading analysis is a different thing. Managing risk, sizing, skillfully entering, exiting. Even on a down day, I made most of my money going long. The only shot I took today was a loser. So there cannot be a one-to-one thing between what you think, your analysis, versus your executions. So that is where ES, micro ES, could give you a little bit of upper hand with the executions, especially if you are struggling. And if you are not struggling, make money. I make money with E-minis perfectly fine. It does give me a little bit of like little bit of high blood pressures on an occasion or
It's been
two,
5
but
minutes
most of the
time
time
now at
I'm
the
fine.
bottom of the hour. The US is due to sell $89 billion in 3-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.6% and a prior bid to cover of 2.76. And the US is due to sell $77 billion in 6-month bills with a prior high yield of 3.5% and a prior bid to cover of 3.09.
No, I don't have IC market account. I don't even know what is IC market. No, sorry, I don't have it. So I don't think we are stopping here. I wouldn't short this market. It looks really strong to me. In fact, if any pullback, I might try to buy that dip. 750 area, 744 would be my first watch. Okay, it's a forex broker. I don't think I am ever going to trade any forex markets.
So we are shortly expecting the results of the US 3 and 6-month bill auctions.
So are we buying this pullback? I can consider buying this.
3-month high yield 3.6%, 3.6% with a bid to cover of 2.71 to 2.71. So the US selling $89 billion and awarding 82.09% of bids at high. For the 6-month, the high rate was 3.5%, 3.5% with a bid to cover of 3.08, 3.08. The US selling $77 billion and awarding 32.88% of bids at high.
Let's take out profit. Got a good winner there. Although I would still prefer staying long here. So I'm trading macros now for the afternoon session. I have good profits. I would like to protect it. This is still looking strong, guys. I wouldn't short this, as I mentioned, right? Any dip, I prefer buying. This is still pointing up. I would not short it. We have some room on the upside. I might buy one more time on the dip. Buy now. Okay. Buying. Man of my word. Let's keep it at least break even. We'll not lose on this trade. There's that push. Nice 20 pointer already. The problem now, this is the problem. I have to switch to micros in the afternoon as the volume like going to get dried. Once the Europe is gone, it could take really long for your final target to come into play. The back and forth, the rotation could be a little bit frustrating now. Every time it has a small new high, it will come back to retest previous entry areas, so that anyone who went long, make sure they panic and they get stopped out. So all that drama can start in the afternoon. Micros are best if you continue to trade in the afternoon, guys. Yeah, that is how I would advise someone who is new. Don't go to Nasdaq E-minis at all. Don't go to micro Nasdaq also. Trade micro Nasdaqs on a green day or on a flat day, you'll be fine. But especially when you see in the pre-market overnight session, there has been a big range. Even if it is a, like, let's say market already up 1% at the open, don't trade micro Nasdaq on that day, because they can completely reverse that 1% up and test the overnight lows
disconnected
or the previous day lows during the US session. It can happen. So that is the day where again there is a huge risk of sell off. Or a day like today when the market was already down 1% in the pre-market, on those days there will be crazy reversals, crazy bottoming process. Don't trade micro Nasdaq on that day. If you are new, first 1.5 year, trade micro ES. Once you are comfortable, made payout, very like you know yourself well, how you react during the sell off, how you react when the trade goes against you. You have mastered that part of managing your emotion, managing risk, managing sizing, managing the price action, are able to make profit both the sides of the market, whether it goes up, goes down. You are able to make money both ways. Then you can transition to micro Nasdaq on a down day, on a big range day. And if you really do well on the big range day, down days with the micro Nasdaq, then you switch to E-minis. And even when you have switched to E-minis, like I have made profits already, do consider going back to micros for the afternoon sessions. My ideal preference would be now trade E-minis in the first 2 hours. Once the morning session is over, once it is this 11:30 is passed, once the Europe is gone, switch to micros. No matter how much profit you made, even if I had made less profit, I should switch to micros, because I don't trade well in the afternoon, guys. It is very difficult for me. I hold my trade bit longer, and it can really hurt with the E-minis. It can hurt. These fluctuations can hurt you. If anyone disagrees, feel free to comment and give your piece of advice in the chat. My advice would be, as I mentioned, right, 1 year trade only MES. Once you are 1 year old trading, understanding the market, learning the price action, then switch to micro Nasdaq and only on the green days or on the days where overnight session there was not a lot of movement, you'll be fine on a sideways small profitable days or green days trading micro Nasdaq. And then while you are trading, obviously in a day or sometimes it might happen, you thought it is going to be a small range up day, but that turned out to be a big red day. And let's say you are trading micro Nasdaq and you ended up doing well, and yeah, you are allowed to trade micro Nasdaq even on the down days. And when you are absolutely nailing it on a big range day, on a down day, on a up day, and sideways day with the micro Nasdaq, then consider switching to E-minis Nasdaq, and that too only in the first 2 hours when the market is moving well, when there is a lot of volume, when you are getting big moves, trade E-minis. And no matter how talented, how good you are, I would still encourage trading micro Nasdaq in the afternoon session. I've been trading and getting beaten up by the market for many years. The advice you are offering is sage advice indeed. MES is plenty capable of hurting you. No need to up the ante. My advice for most people is to get a real job. Guys, that doesn't help. Blaze, that advice doesn't help with my business model here. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but I think someone should consider Blaze advice. If it is 3 years for them now, they haven't made any payouts, they haven't got anywhere. It's 3 years. It's time, guys. Hang your boots, throw your towel. It's not going to work out. 1 year is enough to make some good progress. And depending on time, right? Let's say you were not able to commit a lot of time, so it took you 2 years because you were focusing on your 9 to 5 or other profession you have already. So it took you a little bit longer. You could not commit that much amount of screen time. But if it is still a fun gambling, it's a fun thing, fun coupons to spend $20, $40 on the 90%, 80% discount, and you might hit a lucky winner. Yeah, you don't need me. Why do you need this much of analysis? Anyway, you'll try your luck based on what you see.
Continue to supply Europe with LNG at low prices.
Yeah, and I would say don't leave your job, guys. Don't leave your job for first 3-4 years until you have settled in the market. I left my job when I was only like 1 year old in the market. But then I paid the heavy price, right? I have been sitting here for 8 hours every day for last 3 years. So I made up by dedicating more time to the market, building a little bit more other avenues or stream of incomes, like you use my coupon code, use YouTube ad revenue, membership. Now after the 3 years have gone, you see my skills, where I am at my skill in terms of my trading, and now it is like it is really good for me. But yeah, not everyone will survive this hustle phase of 2-3 years, right? Recently, right, only since last October, November, my consistency has gone really crazy. But that last October, November happened after 3 years. So for first 2-3 years there is no relief, and that also if you are committing fully. If you have some slightest doubt in your mind, I left my job, right? There's no way I'm going back. There's no plan B for me. This is the only plan I had. So yeah, unless you are that committed, there are always exceptions. Don't get me wrong. I would not, I wouldn't take away from anyone who has made it in 6 month or 1 year time frame. You are an exception, but most, including me, will need good 2-3 years to perfect this craft. Most will fail. Only few will survive. 5-10% will make it to the best, to the top. Others will still be in the dilemma whether I'm a good trader or not, whether I will be able to make it as a full time or not. It will always be a dilemma for you. But yeah, if you had good 3-4 years, you have seen it all, you have made the money in those 3-4 years, then I think the debate can be put to rest. You are a full pro and a full-fledged trader. But before that 3-4 years of experience of pocketing money, ending on the green side at the end of the year, don't debate with me. Unless you have made money, don't debate with me. It's tough, guys. It's not easy. It's a very difficult skill to master, and I think the loss hurts you very bad in the initial years.
Once you have made profit, you laugh, right? When you lose, you laugh off. I gave back that money. I could have been up much more, but I'm up less now because of that loss. That is the kind of story you will say. But when you have not made any money and you take a loss, you hide. You hide from yourself, you hide from your family, you hide from others. To understand all the realities of this game, it's a long term. No one is going to make money in first few months, 6 months, 1 year. Going to be mostly struggle, but yeah, there's a light at the end of the tunnel, which is the 3 year long journey to cross that tunnel. Good 2 to 3 years, guys. I don't know. Again, open for someone to prove me wrong in the chat that they made it within 6 months, 1 year. They are cracking 200, 300 grands per year. I don't think so. Maybe they had some exposure in the forex. Maybe they had exposure with the options before. Maybe they had exposure with the stock intraday trading, and then they switched to futures, and then they still managed to start making money quickly in 6 months or 1 month or 1 year time frame. It is possible, but without no background, it's not possible. So one thing which is good with me and my community is no one underestimates the amount of preparation and work which needs to be done. People here, at least in my community, doesn't show up just that they will see the price action, trade and make money. At least I prepare 4 hours, 3 hours every evening. What I'm going to be trading, what levels I'll be trading, where the market will go. I mean, look at this. This is still within what I had planned for today. I have levels. I did not have any levels beyond this point on Nasdaq. I did not have any levels beyond this point. So this is what we planned for. We use every ounce of our level, and we are now, you can see, right, knocking between levels to levels. This was always going to be a vacuum zone where the market was going to move big, and then once you enter this area, you can see, right, this is what we planned for. This was our trading range. Oh, looks like a pumpkin. Yeah, that is what we planned for. At least our preparation was good, solid. Market stayed in that range. We made money. Yeah, that's the thing, right? That's why I say, right, 3-4 years, because maybe in 1 year market was always going up. Someone traded gold or someone traded silver. It was going up. But now gold is not making new all-time highs anymore. It could be, little bit bearish. It could be sideways. Same goes with the Nasdaq, right? We saw, right, 6 months Nvidia has made no gains. So many people just keep buying calls in Nvidia and Tesla. If they are not making new all-time high, they are not rallying, they don't know how to make money. So you have to survive in different kind of market conditions, sideways, down, and those take good 3 to 4 years to see all those different cycles in the market. So making money in 1 year, it does not guarantee you'll make money second year, because the cycles could change. That's why 3 to 4 years, to have experienced all the different market cycle, 3 to 4 years is a good time frame. So good discussion. Now tell me, long or short? Long or short? Okay. For the starters, I would not short. How about that? I would still continue to buy the dip. So why don't you buy it? I mean, okay, buy it. Why not? But it's converging. The range is converging. You can see, right? It's coming from top and from bottom. It's a converging range. Okay, so have right expectations. You are not going to extract much out of this converging range. It is from top making lower highs, from bottom it is making higher lows. Converging. Take the small. See, I got that long. I told you I'm going to buy the dip.
And there's the take profit. TPT. Take profit trader. 40% discount day one withdrawal. No consistency rule. Best prop firm, guys. Take profit trader. Best prop firm amongst all. No need to wait for 6 days, 8 days to withdraw money. Make money, withdraw money every day. No consistency rule. If you are having a good day, great day, make a lot of money. Withdraw immediately next day. No bullshit of any consistency rule, no wait period. All you need to be aware is funded accounts are live trailing, and if they switch you to Pro Plus, it again becomes end of the day drawdown. Only you have to be careful during the Pro stage where it is live trailing, and once you are above buffer, the live trailing anyway goes away. It becomes end of the day. With that, more buffer room you gather. So how about now hitting the like button, guys? A lot of value here in terms of analysis, trading, knowledge sharing, showing entries, exit, everything. I usually not waste any time for myself or my viewers. I am fully focused on the market. I answer all the questions whether you are a member or not. All I ask is hit that like button, or you can hit dislike, that also works. Any feedback, any reaction, any interaction, Google will not mind. It's an input. Yeah, go ahead, hit that like or dislike, whatever works for you. So do not short, please do not short. See, that line automatically appeared, that converging thing I was talking about. It happened. Now the line appeared from below. Money on my mind. So who is living the dream, guys, of stock market, making 40,000, 50,000 per month? I am not. I am still averaging 12 or maximum 13,000 per month. Last year I averaged 12 and a half or 13k per month. What's the name of the indicator? This is just the trend line. It's automatically draws the trend line in the Ninja Trader. So just select trend line and it will plot any directional, like higher, lower, lows. And those dotted triangle are Darwas, that helps plot the local high, local lows structure, right? Market structure, and it plots as per the time frame you are in. So trend line, Darwas, 200 simple moving average, VWAP, the white line. Why don't I see the white line here? Why? Because it is here. White line is VWAP. This is 200 SMA. Dotted triangles are Darwas. These automatic trend lines. Price, it doesn't show by default. So price line is the next indicator I have added. And that's all. I'm not able to join Discord. Ask to verify phone. That is the Discord's verification process. I'm not able to go further. It's not taking my phone number. I don't know. Maybe you have your phone number registered with another email address. Maybe try forgot password or something like that. But yeah, we need to have that security. I cannot help. It is Discord's authentication process, and protect our community from spammers and hackers. Mostly spammers. Now what happened? Top of the hour, jitters. We have 3 more minutes to go for top of the hour. Two more minutes to go for top of the hour. That's what I think I am going to wait out before I think of any trades. I'll go grab my food. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Hopefully, this top of the hour and 2-3 minute post will have the clear picture. Nothing much happened for the top of the hour. I see still at the same spot. So are we buying this pullback? No, not at this point. Just watching. So this is my problem with my afternoon trading. I don't take profit. I should not have a lot of expectation here in this afternoon trading, right? 10, 20 point or whatever I get, I should take it. Instead, I missed on taking profit on 1, 2, 3, and now fourth instance also, right? I'm not very eager to take profit. So I have this bad habit of holding bit longer. People generally hold the losers longer. I try to hold my winners longer, and it works well in the morning, especially when you got a good winner. But in the afternoon, you can see, right, it's mostly disappointment. It does endless number of tests, retest. So this is my problem with the afternoon trading. Macros are best suited for all this thing. So shall we be open for another sell off back down? Normal natural me would not see the short side, but if I force myself to think that it's still like a lower high as compared to that high we haven't crossed. ES did cross that morning open high and make a higher high. Dow Jones yet to cross the morning highs, still has a lower high. Russell still has a lower high. ES is the only one product which has made a higher high since the open. Nasdaq still yet to beat that previous high here at the open. NQ midpoint perfectly held. Yeah, that was a morning crazy reversal rejection from that midpoint. So long or short? I don't know, guys. Very careful here. It is capable of rotating back into the view up at least, and then some. Shorting, it's very difficult in this slowness. Low of the day again can happen, guys. When you have crazy range going on, they can do any kind of a fishy play. Although this double bottom or W pattern has played out really well, it is possible. I would not vote against it. You want to do a poll? Start a poll. What do you think Nasdaq will do in next 2 hours? Chop sideways. View up chop. Until 3 p.m. we can do it until 3 p.m. Power over, we can have a separate poll. What do you think NQ will do next until 3 p.m. Eastern? Sideways view up chop again. It's not letting me edit. Bug with YouTube. Okay, there's the poll for you. Get your vote in. What do you think Nasdaq will do until 3 p.m. now? It's almost 12:30 1 p.m. Another 2.5 hour, which is before power hour, starts at 3 to 4. You think it is going to go sideways? Maybe use VWAP for that chop, sometimes below it, above it, or come all the way into this session low and make a new low or double bottom or triple bottom. Everything counts as a new low or go down option. Go high means we will challenge or take out those highs and make a fresh new high over here. It's anonymous, guys, so no problem in sharing your thoughts through vote. No one will know what you voted, but you will know it, what you think versus how other things. Maybe something which might help you learn something from others, what they were thinking. Did they were correct or you were correct in thinking that market would go sideways, or this will still rotate back into a new low or new high? Whatever is your thought. $31 votes in so far. Get your votes in, guys. It is anonymous, so should not have any problem sharing your opinion. It's good. It's good exercise for you to know, right? Like what you are thinking, whether it played out or not. It gives you confidence to at least think, plan, and then trade in a similar situation. You get it right, it will give you more confidence to continue to do more such similar analysis. If you're wrong, obviously you'll learn that what you were thinking was not right. Generally, you get good in this game by fixing your errors or fixing your mistakes. You are going to make, anyone makes many mistakes. I made a lot of mistakes in the market. I analyze, I tell this market is going up, this market will go there. I take a trade, I lose, and then I have to suck it up that I was wrong. But yeah, I would see, right, what I was thinking, why I was wrong. I would think about it. The next time I give my opinion, I have that experience back of mind that yeah, yesterday, like here in the morning, I was clearly not happy with that low. I told my new paradigm members who were watching me in the pre-market and at the open, I'm not happy with this low because it was not at our level. We had couple of levels here in this area. I said I would prefer that low, and especially when you are moving away, there's always a chance to come retest the overnight lows like that. Nasdaq was one candidate which could have taken out that low. I was correct, but I also was correct in saying that first it will go to our weekly midpoint. That is where market went, and that could cause the rejection to come right back down and take out that low. So yeah, so now next time we are in similar situation, we know what we were thinking, what played out, what can get repeated, and mostly markets are about repeating same things over and over and over again. Market, to be honest, if you're watching very closely, tracking very closely, they repeat their patterns over and over again.
So I'm going to end the poll. So big opportunity, guys. 42 votes in so far. 8 more votes. 50 votes. We can close the poll. What do you think will happen next? Go sideways like here? We will not take out those highs. Keep continuing to go sideways. Or you think it is going to grind higher and make a new session high? Take out that high? Or do you think that this is going to fail and it's going to come crashing down into these lows? Thanks, VLD.
Interfax says Russia and Iran
level played
held
out really
naval
well today.
exercises in the Gulf of Oman.
No, these days I make sure that I'm here to help. I don't know, previously, when you're not that good, right? You're not sure what you're doing, whether you'll make money or not. But past few months I'm very sure I'm going to make money, and I come, to be honest, and have that responsibility that I want to help. I want to make sure that I give a good analysis, good advice. Yeah, I want to build that trust with my viewers. I am making it as a conscious effort. What change? No, nothing changed. It's just that I'm getting good in my trading, and I want to make sure that if I'm getting good, and if I'm going to be hanging around here on the YouTube, if I'm not going to show my levels, previously, last year when these levels were new, I would keep flashing and showing you, look, the market bounced, look, the market rejected my level. I have generally slowed down on that part now. I don't show the levels because obviously people are paying me for those levels, so I want to give the benefits to them. But here, even when you're not seeing the level, I would not advise you what I don't believe will happen, right? I'll generally I advise you and make sure I have trade on in that direction. So no matter whether you are a subscriber or not, at least the analysis, the point of view still is helpful for you. So I'm going to close the poll. We have got the 50 votes so far, 51 votes, and here's the result in the chat. Go sideways. 49% have voted for sideways. So big unanimous outcome here on this poll, that sideways is what they are expecting. They're not expecting a new high. New low 25% and new high 25%. So it's mostly 50% voting for sideways. What do I think? So Apple is up 2.5%. That is helping. Apple, it could be a candidate for the weekly expected move upper edge, guys. Apple still has a room to go higher into that upper edge of the expected move, and Apple can help Nasdaq make a new high. So Apple is having a nice momentum. Other than that, Apple, others are not that strong yet. Amazon slightly green, Google still in red, Nvidia is now in green, but can rotate back to its midpoint and get flat. Apple is the one which has nice strong momentum going on. So new highs, there is actually two aspects to it. This is just the US session high, but the overnight high is around here, 24,920 area. So this is actually the previous highs for the, remember, right, yesterday it was a half a day trading session. It was up initially, then it went down, and it continued to stay down in that half a day trading session. And this is that yesterday's London sessions. I don't think we are going to challenge this high of 920, but I think we may challenge this high, and I think most of you voted for this high only.
this taking out this high, because I clearly pointed out this high could be taken out. Yeah, a bit unpopular opinion, minority opinion, not a majority opinion, which is sideways. I would vote for this high.
So in 10 minutes
Apple
time
is
now
looking
at
good. Apple is
12:55
capable of
p.m.
pushing
Eastern
Nasdaq
time,
higher.
Fed's bar is due to speak on AI and the labour markets at the New York Association for Business Economics. Keep in mind, no text is expected, just a Q&A with Fed's bar in 10 minutes time.
Let's punch long. If you believe in that, why don't you punch? Anyway, we are trading micro, right? So yeah, I'm long. Will it happen now? I don't know. It could take few rotations, iterations, but yeah, I would look for a new high. I'll go with the minority. Go high, 25%. And guess what? Minorities have won before. On many occasions, they have won. Generally, majority always wins. We have seen that. Our chat is not that bad. They mostly are correct. 90, 85, 90% of the time they are right. But there are exception 10%, 5% time when the minority voters have won. And I have been amongst the minority voters on few occasions. So Apple might need some help from other, but I think there's a good opportunity for Apple to lift the Nasdaq higher. Yeah, this will win us the vote. 815 happens, we win the vote. And it will be on the back of Apple. I will also tell you the reason. It will be Apple which will help you get that high. Remember, Apple right now is up 2.5%. We'll try to see if it happens, what point Apple is at on that high. Can it first go down? Yeah, I will reserve myself one more contract, which I might add here at the VWAP or here. If those lows hold, I can add one more contract. Because this is afternoon, guys. Be practical, be realistic. If it happens, it is well and good. But don't have very high expectation that since I am long, so it is going to happen. It's afternoon session. We could still continue to have that sideways wasting time, and could be all the way till 3:30, 4 p.m. Then it might push higher or lower into that last 1 hour. But given that Apple is having good momentum right now, let's push for it now. I can totally understand why people have voted sideways, because it is going to be a heavy lifting to come out of this overhead resistance now. It is dipping pattern. It could dip all the way into the VWAP. That is actually a practical. This is a little bit of exception to, in this volume, in this slow afternoon, we start pumping higher.
Iran's president says Tehran will never abandon its peaceful nuclear program. Takes us now 5 minutes away to expecting comments from Fed's Barr, who speaks on AI and the labour market at the New York Association for Business Economics. No text is expected, but there is a Q&A with a moderator.
$13. 24,000. I think 13,000 in December, 6,000 in January in terms of the payout. That is 19,000. And another 4 or 5k so far. I'm still averaging 12-13,000 maximum. Once I go in 20k and above club, I think that is where I'll be completely stress free. But it will come. I'm confident. I don't need to worry. It is going to happen. I have done it before. It's just that I have not done it consistently. I have had 15k and above months, but only like couple of times. I would like to have 20 accounts payout. I would like to have 100 days survived in one account. Maximum I have received payout is 8 or 10 accounts maximum at one go. Maximum I have survived is 72 days. Those are the kind of things you can see that the goals are a little bit different now. Surviving 100 days, making payout from all the 20 accounts, averaging above 20k. Yeah, those are like just now delta goals, like not being profitable, not able to trade well, not able to cut loss, not able to manage risk. That is not a problem now. So far guys, sideways it's playing out. Apple backing off. So Apple was the one thing, right, which was looking good up 2.5%. Now it is up 2.2. So it backed off. Nasdaq backed off with it. Apple holds the key. If Apple pushes for that high, we could get a new session high. But Apple now starting to go sideways or back off. Yeah, Nasdaq will end up at the VWAP, around VWAP. So yeah, again, not surprising if the majority wins again. They do win 85-90% of the time in the votes. I would stick to my plan. I would still add one at VWAP or just below it in 620. I'm trading micro here. Yeah, there it goes into the lows.
Seeing comments from Fed's Barr says it's prudent for the Fed to take time and look at data before changing policy again. Want to see more evidence of inflation ebbing to the 2% target. Barr says, I still see significant risks that inflation will stay over 2%, and it's reasonable to think that price pressures will cool further. The job market is in balance, but vulnerable to shocks. Recent data points to a stabilizing job market. In the long run, AI should boost productivity and living standards. The AI boom is unlikely to lead to lower Fed interest rates, and we should be prepared for AI to disrupt labor markets. It does say there's little evidence so far that AI is driving up unemployment. The outlook suggests that the Fed will hold rates steady for some time. So it appears we are seeing a text release after all from Fed's Barr before the event, despite their saying there would be no text expected.
So well done, good job guys. You got the VWAP sideways, and the chat voting was right. You got the VWAP. I added one more here at the VWAP. Let's see if we have any
interest in rotating back up, or this is going all the way into the session lows?
So the Fed bids for 52-week bills totaling $2.3 billion. And we have posted the text from Fed's bar on the feed for those interested.
Yeah, now I'll be very surprised if it makes a new high. I don't think so. We will have to trade the sideways range. That is what this move suggests right now. Sideways price action. Hopefully VWAP holds and we'll be able to take some profit. You can see, right? Voting is good. At least what you think versus what plays out always helps. And hopefully I'll get an exit here at the top end of the range at least. If it is range bound, I don't know, midpoint being around VWAP. Let's see if we can get the 700 tag here. 68 will have rejection. Why I see different value? It cannot happen. It should be the same price no matter you see it in 4000 tick versus 1 minute. The structure, you mean to say the structure looks different? Yeah, because one is also considering the time aspect in the minute chart, whereas the 4000 tick, it is purely
So Apple develops a
price.
trio of
It doesn't care
devices
about
around
time.
Siri digital assistant. It develops a trio of devices around Siri, AI smart glasses to compete with offerings from Meta.
Yeah, the charts may look different between minute and tick charts. Mhm. So yeah, this is starting to get ugly again. So I don't know if I'll add one more. It's advantage of micros. It's just down $300. There is a big volume node here on the ES. Might get us a reaction. So yeah, Satabda, or I don't know if I'm pronouncing your name right. The price should still be the same as I mentioned, right? The market structure or the chart could look different
Trump
between minute
touting
and
the
ticks.
great big beautiful bill on Truth Social says in some cases estimates are that over 20% will be returned to the taxpayer.
But yeah, price will never change. Price will still be the same. That 24613 you mentioned should be the 24613 in both the charts. Yeah, compare your computer time with my time. My time is shown over here at the right hand bottom or top corner, 12 hours and 57 minutes. Almost 1 p.m. on the clock Eastern time. Remember, the bet is for for 3 p.m. guys. Before the majority celebrates that the sideways was the right thing to do. We still have 2 hours left to go tag that 8:15. I stick to my plan. I told you, right? I can add. I have flexibility of adding at this, you know, whatever moving averages. I did that. At least I'm back to green. This was my first entry, and I added one at VWAP and one here, just at my moving average 200 SMA. We held and we are back in the range. That one original contract which is entered here, still under loss.
In the US 52-week bill auction.
But at least overall I'll not lose, as I have two winners on these two contract. But I'll for the sake of our vote and my sake of my vote, by 3 p.m. we'll make a new high. I'll stay long. We'll get the bragging rights if it happens. We will get the bragging rights. Top of the hour. Ah man, ugly candle for top of the hour. Naveen, yeah, I know it can be really frustrating. The same trade, if someone lost, there's afternoon, there is no edge. Afternoon, it's crazy. I mean, I could still lose on this trade. This can still come down and make a new low. But at least I'm doing it for fun with one micro. It's not going to hurt me. And wherever there was a risk with those two contracts, I quickly exited. And again, you know the exit point. The reason I took that exit is our number, right? Our new paradigm level there. That is where I exited exactly at 66825. It looks like
52-week
my
bill
live
data
data
coming
is ahead
through
of
with a
you.
high yield of
Okay.
3.345% and a bid to cover of 2.96 and awarding 32.64% of bids at high. The US sells $50 billion of 52-week bills.
Yeah, that means the stream is delayed for you. I think you are getting a delayed stream. You are ahead means it should be almost same, or 2 seconds or 3 seconds delay maximum. So yeah, just check your internet speed and all. I'm using real time live data or live whatever stream option from YouTube. So I don't think there is more than 2 to 3 seconds or 4 seconds delay. If you have good internet, that should be the maximum delay you should see in my price versus your price. Latency, it's called latency. It's almost zero latency live stream.
Seeing Tesla shares dropping to over 1 week low, last down 3%.
It's a very difficult skill to master. Intraday trading price action. One candle changes everything. Your confidence, your belief, your trade, everything can go wrong in one candle. And that's why I say, right, even like you could see me trade, I have traded each and every single trade in front of your eyes, right? But you may still not end up getting the same results as me. That is the challenge, right? Because in one moment, 1 second, the candle could really change the game, right? One winning trade could turn into a big loser. One big loser could turn into a big winner. Initially, sizing is what kills our account. That is what I would keep repeating. If you are oversized for a trade, if you are trading e-minis or bigger size or product like Nasdaq, which is moving very huge. To be honest, for a 50k account, if market is going to move like way it moved in the morning, 350 point drop, even 3-4 micros could have damage, right? We saw one micro would have given someone a $700 loss. Doing that with the 3 micros, it's a $2100 loss, and account gone. With the live trailing, that 50k account is already gone. If someone lost and they were trading more than 3 micros, I mean, you have to be very sharp with your entries. You cannot have any drawdown. If you're trading 3-4 micros, it is okay to trade more micros, but you need to have tight stop loss.
Says some of the
$300-$200 loss, cut your trade.
AI boost.
You have to get in and out. You have to get into that habit. You have to get habit of quickly taking profit, quickly cutting
has
loss.
Has come up a little bit, but it hasn't changed dramatically.
Yeah, even this trade, right? It was looking beautiful up 50 pointer, but Nasdaq can at any point put a 50 point candle down also, right? And it will turn out to be an ugly loser. Yeah, that is true. That's why trading price action with the big size is very difficult.
FedSpar adds that there is a risk AI could raise structural unemployment over time.
So I think it will not be bad idea if someone switches to 15-minute or 10-minute time frame. So if someone goes into 10-minute time frame, they might be able to avoid the that urge to suddenly average down, or a urge to suddenly panic seeing one red or one small green candle. So zoom out whenever you are having this kind of dilemma, right? That one red candle you mentioned, right? No doubt in the morning it was a big move. So again, out of the gate, so this is what I always tell, right? Monday mornings, like this is Monday morning, because obviously yesterday Monday cash market was closed, only futures were open. So Monday, like today's open was going to be a difficult open, right? Market was closed for 3 days in a row. Friday, Thursday we had sell off. So Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, like Saturday, Sunday, Monday, 3 days cash market was closed. So after 3 days you are trying to price all the news they have. It was always going to be a difficult open today. So you have to avoid such. There are so many nuances, right? You don't trade Monday open, don't trade the news, don't trade the last 30 minutes of the day, don't trade when the market is selling off, don't trade bigger size. How the fuck I am going to make money then? I mean, that's the thing. That's the maturity someone needs to develop, right? When they are not going to be good initially, how you can see yourself doing well in all those difficult circumstances. Even I struggle. You see me, many times I struggle, but slowly you start finding what is the right way to do in what situation. It is complex. It is very complicated, all these things. Market open, last half hour, 1 hour, market on close imbalance, news, FOMC reversals, the non-farm payroll reversal we saw last Wednesday.
Positive things for the economy.
CPI report, huge volume. It's all risk, guys. In the short term, it is crazy. Markets are really crazy. And all we go is, I have a 50K account, I need this much to make payout, I need this much to make pass my account, I need to this much money to get funded, I need to make $150 per day. Yeah, but how about all those other things, right, which also matters for your trade and for your PNL to play out, right? And for that argument, that market all of a sudden could drop, I have also, initially tried many things, silly things like that. I would not go long at all. If market always dumps at the open, or in that after it has gone up little bit, 15-20 minutes, let me short, let me just stay short, and like I wait patiently here in this long for hours. Why can't I wait patiently for an entire day, and then the sell off happens, I'll take money? Generally, that also doesn't work out well. That day market will go up, and throughout the day it will stay up, it won't even come down for break even. So there is nothing you can, there's nothing hard wired or hard coded, right? Everything is so dynamic in the market. You have to have like what all things, right? You have these levels which are working. I watch volume, I watch correlations, I'm watching. I also gave you the reason. The only reason market will go and make a new high is because Apple will be about 2.5% by that time. Remember, right? At this point when we started going long on this pullback, I think Apple was up 2.5%. The only way this market is going to go into a new session high is Apple will be up more than 3%, or Apple will go into our weekly expected move upper edge. So it is not easy, guys. No one can control. This is liquid, very liquid product. It is constantly going to price in. You cannot judge people's behavior. People are getting both the thoughts of going long, going short. People are voting sideways. People are voting new lows. People are voting new highs. Market is going to entertain all of us. It is going to test everyone's patience. It is going to test everyone's stop losses. And someone who has that bigger, broader and better understanding of the market is going to come out on the top. Mostly 90-95% people will fail. That's why I'm saying, right, only way I see people getting profitable, consistently profitable, is building their skills, trading smaller size, using wider stop losses, being very patient, not having very aggressive goals. Once you find a sweet spot, then start adding more account, trade using trade copiers, scale horizontally, survive for 2-3 years, and then scale, which comes at number 4, right? First, number 1 is risk management, number 2 is analysis, number 2 again is executing your analysis well, and number 3 final is the scaling part.
Surely expecting Fed reverse repo operation data.
Try doing opposite, Naveen. You'll find out you'll find out the same, right, output. Like you might get a few big winners using shorting, but most of the time you will have paper cuts. So here you can see, right, when you go long, mostly after seeing some red, you get small winners, but that one big loss, that where one instance that it goes all the way into the session lows and doesn't stop there, you suffer big loss. So try doing opposite. You mostly go short. What you will find out is mostly you're getting stopped out, you're taking a lot of paper cut. You will win one big winner, right, where you have taken 100-200 pointer winner on the short side, but already 20 point, 30 point, 50 point loss, you have taken already 3 or 4 of them. So even if you have 100-150 point winner as a short, it's still made up for all those 1000 paper cuts you took. It is not, market cannot be captured by that kind of a rigid mindset.
5 counterparties take $441 million at Fed reverse repo operation.
That's why people have done all these things, right? That's why Profirm ban all of those people, right? They are doing hedging. They have given up on all these things bullshit, right? They straight away have two computers or two screens. One they go long, second they go short. They don't care. One is going to be winner if they are sized appropriately. It will survive the fluctuation, it will be a big winner. One obviously is going to blow. They will make payout from one account, or they will do like kind of a crazy laddering on a DOM.
First day of trilateral discussions between Russia and Ukraine and the US have ended. The discussions focused on practical issues and the mechanics of possible decisions.
They fill up the ladder on the DOM, like one after let's say 50 point, another two contract after 100 point, four contracts on the Nasdaq. On the short side they have one at 50 point take profit, 100 point another two addition in case the trader goes against them, then another four, another 50 points apart. Somehow market fluctuates, tags those, comes out and they get a winner. People are doing crazy things, but that is now people, prop firms are even banning all those things, right? People do crazy things. People do Christmas trees, right? Like one long, then after 50 point they add two, another 50 point they add four, another 50 point they add eight,
for the Fed to know if
and
AI
they
disruptions are
then send a screenshot once after averaging down like that Christmas tree. Once the trade gets break even and it works in their favor, they take four out and they say that I have a winner from this entry long, like here, right? If you see, this is, it's an average down product, right? We have this first entry here, two entries here. So these two entries I exited here, right, at our level 68, and I have one original entry from here. And now I go on the social media, hide my entries and tell that I picked the bottom, and that is what they will post on the social media, especially those big X platform traders, right? I have seen many traders who call themselves guru or ICT whatever, like disciples. They share this kind of a trade on a big down day. They will post that I am short from here, it will be $6,000 in profit. Maybe that is a sim account or something, and they may have done this kind of a bullshit to show that they got a perfect entry short or perfect entry long. And then people or traders like Naveen or me who will say, why I can't get that big winner myself ever. You don't know, right, what crazy shit they are doing behind the scene, right? How can you trust such screenshot, or even if it is live, right? But they will not show your entries and exit. So it will be always for everyone a very personal experience. The good thing is, the common framework is still the same, right? For us, at least our levels, they work absolutely brilliant. If you see right now what we are doing, we are just hanging on to our level. This is still capable of going to our midpoint on Nasdaq. This is still hanging and bouncing as per our levels. No need to cut this, right? As long as we are holding masters here on ES, we are holding this new paradigm in Nasdaq. It's still capable of pumping higher. We still have Apple in the mix. I'm still watching Apple. Apple still is our candidate for our weekly expected move upper edge. If it happens, we are going to see a new high. So I myself personally don't know on which rotation it will break. Yeah, if at some point Apple pushes higher, I should expect this to get pushed a little bit higher. If Apple doesn't fail, if Apple fails from this point, it's over. That what we thought didn't play out. It came down and rest of the afternoon it spent here. Then it's not going to play out. That new session high is not going to happen in the Nasdaq. So everyone is like that, Naveen. So except for me, because I show my entries and exit, you have seen me trade and make all this money in front of you. There was no crazy averaging down. Maximum we used 2 contracts, and that were also at a logical point. The reason we add is because our levels are holding, they are responding, they are showing the signs. Why I should cut this? Only because I have profit now, I should fearfully escape this trade? No, it is still genuine, it is still working, it is still holding our levels. It is still matching our analysis that this hold, ES takes out midpoint, this hold, Apple cracks into a new high, and we will get a new session higher on the Nasdaq. Now, who will go down this many loop, rabbit holes, right, to survive a trade? This is what it takes. This is what it takes to have a big winner, Naveen. I mean, that level of tracking, that level of analysis, that level of belief, and little bit of luck. Luck is like salt, right, in a food. You don't need, lot of salt, right, in a food. You just need a pinch of salt. So luck, yeah, a pinch of luck is needed for every trade. But in general, your recipe should be good. This is what it takes to be a winner in the market, right? What did I do? Did I drastically betray you? No, this guy voted for a long and now fucking this guy is, averaging down like a maniac. No, I added one here and I clearly told I reserve a right, because I do expect market, with top of the hour or anything like that could come into these moving averages. I did say I will add one more, but I cheated and I added one more. But I quickly exited them, right? As soon as I got a pop, I exited them, and now I'm comfortably sitting in this long, and I might even hold this into a session high, guys. And I had given you the exact method. It will be Apple, which will crack into a new high. Apple is now up 3%. Remember, it was up 2.5%. Apple here pumping into our weekly expected move operation. Now, don't tell me that you don't have access to this level. You don't know this kind of analysis. You are in a position, after listening to me in 2-3 years now, all of you who are watching me, that this kind of thing is very normal. Big product out of
says AI
big
investment
8
is
decides to make a
wildly
push for
different
the
to what
weekly
Fed
expected
rate
move
targets.
average. You don't get in front of that move, and it is very highly likelihood, 68% probability, that it will push for a session high. Now you tell me, isn't this makes me a legend trader now? 159 or 160 point, winner, guys. In the ticks, yeah, this is a 600 ticks winner. And that's how the minority voters have won. And I am amongst that minority. I am amongst that 5%. I am not the 90% among the failures. Let's start. What is that? People do those conventions, right? Motivational speaking. It is difficult. I mean, I don't know how to teach to be a trader, but I mean, little bit of luck, little bit of, this knowledge, that knowledge. It all comes together. And if you are sized correctly, sizing is the key, guys. Size not correctly, all the plans will fall flat on the face. If you are sized appropriately, you are like, you survived that morning madness, you are there, the market is moving, you are Johnny on the spot, you will make it. But before you can be that Johnny on the spot, you are the Johnny who were already, taken down in the first half itself. Anyway, guys, so good winner, good job there, guys. 25% voted for a new session high. At least we are going to take out this high now. This is fully locked, this trade, capable of taking out this high. And once again, I voted with the minority. You can see that I don't let the majority also impact my opinion. Many times I have voted with the minorities, that even though majority vote says this, I would go with the minority. And for me, it is very important when I speak something, I have skin in the game, right? I have a trade on, and then I do the talking. I voted with the minority for a new session high. I have a trade on. Always have a trade on. That is my philosophy. I cannot do the talking without a trade on. You're still going to lose. It's okay, man. It's okay. This is still a winner. I still won. Okay. No, it didn't technically hit a new high yet, and you're going to get, stopped out on your profit. It's okay, man. It's okay. Try to see it in the essence. It doesn't need to be literally everything. People are going to kill me if I don't take this 100-pointer profit now, 150-pointer profit. They are going to kill me. Fuck your new session highs. Just take profit. Respect yourself and respect your time. Don't worry, I'll take profit. I won't let this, come down all the way and stop me. Hit the like button, guys, if you are enjoying this show. I think we are having good discussions here. I talk a lot. I think hopefully it helps you understand my psychology in the market. Or whatever. Like at least whatever, like do opposite, fade me, who cares, right? I always challenge, right? I dare you, fade me. I go long, you short. Okay. Try doing that. Anyway, took profit there. You're welcome, guys. So is it still like a short? No, I don't think so. I don't think we should short. This is still a long.
According to the Financial Times, Trump escalates assault on U.S. Consumer Protection Agency. And it adds that the White House Council of Economic Advisors reports estimates regulatory burden has cost consumers more than $237
It was pure chance.
billion.
It was just a luck. You didn't take a pinch of salt. You just poured the entire bottle of salt in your food. That's how you got lucky, RDGD. Ismail. Just kidding. You have to mention in the chat. I don't understand sarcasm, guys. I could come across as a good, skillful trader, but I am very bad in understanding joke. I don't understand sarcasm. Anyway, guys, as I mentioned, right, I am here. Even if I'm trading micros, I'm here to share at least good detailed analysis. And if I say something, I want to make sure I have a trade on in that direction to support my analysis. And as I mentioned, right, I at least gave you the exact method how it will happen. It will happen on the back of Apple. Apple is now up more than 3%, guys, and Apple is still on right track to go hit our weekly expected move upper edge. And this is here Nasdaq delivering a new, at least taking out previous high. It has not done it yet. It's just a matter of time now. Get out of your short, guys. You're not going to win here. For what you know, this is going to come here and then maybe bounce and then go higher. Okay, man, stay short, stay short. Okay, hope you win. So hit that like button, guys. Again, it's a lot of effort here. I don't show my face. You don't know my name. There's nothing like, that which can be a motivation factor, right? I like it. I genuinely like trading live. I like sharing my analysis. I like little bit of accountability, which I will not have if I am not trading live. So hope it benefits you in some way. And for this stream, this channel to continue and survive, your like, subscribe, share is must. Else, like many good things, right? This is going to die someday. We did manage to survive 3.5 years without showing face with this accent. Yeah, it's a good, guy must be really good. So what is needed to become a trader like you? People don't even ask question. I mean, you good. Again, I will continue to extend that discussion I am having with Naveen. You need good, solid 3-4 level of confirmation, Naveen, to get it this kind of accuracy. Like, that belief, right? That I would still vote with 25% voter here because I have 3-4 things. What are those 3-4 things? Like, clearly Apple, this, right? There should not be any surprise that I strongly believe that Apple can go for this upper edge, especially after having done this kind of a move. This is headed in that before end of the day. Second is, we haven't literally tagged after that drop, morning drop, we haven't tagged this or this midpoint, which is very likelihood, right? We could tag here. And generally, right, whenever there is a V-shaped recovery going on, right, whenever there is a V-shaped recovery going on, the V-shaped recovery is not complete until you take out previous high. And that is where the vote is. This is, sometimes, that 2-mark answer, the answer is within the question itself. What do you think? The gyroscope will do this, and the answer is gyroscope. So sometimes the answer is hidden within the question. So do you think we'll take out the highs? The V-shaped recovery itself is not complete until you have taken the previous high. So why wouldn't it take out that previous high? Tell me. Second good point is, that is one point. The question itself has an embedded answer that if we are voting for this high, the V-shaped recovery is not complete until this high is taken out. Right? So that is one point in our favor. Second point, I clearly showed you, right? Apple, like, right? I can even bet my life sometimes. I told you, right? What is my plan? If I turn blind, I ask my wife, sit here, my wife, my love, tell me, what is up out of these 8 names on the right hand side? She says, this is up, but Apple is up 3%. I ask her to open a chart. Go to my weekly expected move, the 3 lines. Do you see Apple at the red lines? No, there is still some distance remaining. I teach her, right? Hey, take out that measuring scale and tell me how much more percentage remains here on the Apple from the previous high to go to the weekly high. Hey, darling, 1.2%. So you know what? Stay long, my dear. Until that happens, stay long in the market. But it is coming down. Don't worry about that short-term fluctuation. We are trading micros, so I don't mind. Maybe we'll add one more if it dips lower. So my love, has it reached the upper edge? No, stay long. At least stay long until the session high is taken out. That is my plan, guys. If I turn blind, that is how I am going to trade. There's the session highs, guys. Minority 1, guys. So chat, no pressures. You got it wrong. Session high is happening. So yeah, guys, this is generally what happens, and that is what I was referring to, right? Generally, you bet on something which you see happen over and over again.
Shut down Hormuz Strait for a few hours on Tuesday.
Yeah, so sizing is the key. Darlock Music, sizing is the key. That's what I always remind someone who is struggling initially in the market. Don't be in a hurry to make money. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen until you get it absolutely nailed. And as I was saying, right, you need to have like good 3-4 level of due diligence, good 3-4 level of confirmation that this trade is going to work out. Just seeing in one direction is not going to help. Staring at one chart is not going to give you the outcome. You have to look somewhere outside that chart to confirm that yes, this will play out. And as I mentioned, right, at least through my analysis,
Remember, there was an earlier report as well.
My continuous scanning of the market.
That Iran partially closed Strait of Hormuz.
Yeah, through continuous scanning of the market, continuous due diligence, I try to highlight it. Yes, this is the way it will happen. This is the form it will take if it is going to happen. And then most likely based on that knowledge, you bet. And in spite of all this due diligence, in spite of this hard work, you still sometimes lose, you fail.
but you can avoid that, right? You can avoid that by having little smaller size. And there's the winner, guys.
But from the Fed says low high and low fire job market is not very dynamic and is vulnerable to shocks.
And I would never get impacted, guys. Many people try to come and tell me in the chat, right? This is going down, this is going up. Even the majority voted here, right? We took the votage, and this was a very decisive vote. 49 or 50% voted that it will be around VWAP. Only 25% voted that it will make a new high. 26% voted that it will come down and make a new low. And I clearly told, right, I'll go with the minority. Minority voted for the session highs. I took a long all the way from VWAP, which was my plan, right? This can come back into the VWAP, and VWAP I'll add, and I'll take it all the way into session highs, and that has played out. Could this have played out on the downside? Yeah, it can. It could have played out on the downside. Today is that kind of a day where it has swung violently both the direction. You can see, right? A big swing here, big swing down, big swing up, big swing down, big swing up. Yeah, one more swing. It could have happened. Why not? But as I mentioned, right, there are 3-4 level of steps I am watching, and this was the ace. This was the ace in my hand, right? And it is playing out well. Can I change my vote now? No. But then smaller wins with smaller sizing, doesn't that make it seem impossible to get to even passing an evaluation within an undecided market we have had for a few months? And that's what it is difficult, Naveen. It is not guaranteed that everyone will make money every day. It is not it is the opposition, right? So it's same like any game we play, right? On a good day, even the small opposition can beat stronger teams, right? So it is the game of probabilities. Somehow you have to become good in every aspect and then trade the size. So like here, right, the same scenario could have played on the downside. We could have sold off, then what? I mean, I would have taken that loss, right? I had 3 contract. If we did not held this area, right? Let's say if it flushed into the new lows, I would have taken a loss here. With 3 micros, I would have given back $400 or $500 profit, right? Yeah, it is.
Nasdaq 100 index erases losses.
It is what I mean. There are going to be. That's the thing. You have to win more number of times. You have to win more number of times than you're losing. VWAP. I downloaded it from Google. You can search in Google VWAP 8. It is called VWAP 8 indicator. Just type VWAP 8 for Ninja Trader. Mindset. It comes, right? It becomes your nature. Like some of the things, right? Look at that now. It is confirming, right? I say, right? I have this now good watch list using interactive broker. It's all flashing, right? Look at that Apple flashing. That green flash means session highs on Nvidia, session highs on Apple, session highs. I just saw flash here on Broadcom, session highs in semiconductors. Look at that, session highs. Why? It is headed into the weekly expected move upward. Guys, come on, guys. This is like this is the basic analysis. 3 years. Why would you doubt that? It is happening. Apple is now up 3.45%. I exactly gave you the way it will happen, guys. Even this is like rigged. Exactly that same product, it is going into the weekly expected move upper edge. It was right over here. Now you can able to visualize it, right? Come on, guys, hit the like button. This is don't ever tell, okay? He's a guy next door. He's very approachable. He's the, no, this is a very special place. This is once in a lifetime. You don't spot such kind of things out there in general. You Google, right? Live futures trading. Hundreds of dudes show up, right? Selling their coupons. Apex, 80% off. Showing their face. Showing their account numbers. But how about like whole knowledge pack, analysis and consistency?
and the method. It's crazy, guys. Yeah, don't call me guy next door trader, something like that, right? It's not a everyday business or everyday trader. It is a very special which you won't see it often, kind of a analysis and trading. It's good. I like it, even if it is small, niche, underground, whatever you call it. It's good. And what do you think happened, and what do you tell yourself when last week, unfortunately, lots few accounts. I mean, you have to accept. That's why I say, right, Naveen, the only thing I can tell is good job. You did not lose all 20 account, right? That is what I keep demonstrating. Now the losing days look like 4 or 5 accounts blown, but not all 20 accounts. So you have to make friends with the losses. You cannot expect, even with this kind of precision, with this kind of analysis, with this kind of consistency, to be always a winner. It is going to happen. You cannot avoid losses, period. So you have to have that appetite for losing days, losing accounts. I told you, right, my blown account count sits at 1300 accounts. With Apex, in 3 years I have blown 1300 accounts, which is normal if you are trading 10-20 accounts. 3 years, with the way we trade initially, the way live trailing works, the way the drawdown room works, funded account count is at 200. It is what it is. Truly incredible. It is you who are special. In all my years of trading, I was in no position did I see this market making a new high. You are very modest. Appreciate it, Robert. Thank you so much. No, and the more importantly is impressive part is exactly the way it will happen, right? Look at that. Apple now almost home, guys. So that's how market works, guys. Market, we demonstrate our emotions, we demonstrate our greed and fear in the market. But market behind the scene works based on the technicalities, right? On this kind of bets which are already placed in the options market. Look at that, guys, how well it is now headed in that direction. Tell me now, Apple up 3.63%. Like, someone who is not aware of this, they'll call me mad. This Apple is up like 3% already. He's saying that it will be up. I don't know if it was up 3% or 2.5% at that point. We're right here. Yeah, it was up only 2.5%. From that point, I am betting and I am calling out that it will go up another. Like, I even give you example of me being blind. Now tell me, my love, my wife, I am blind. Is my Apple reach the red line? No. Then hold the long. Don't cut the trade. Let it go. You see how what my plan is when I go blind. This is how I'm going to trade. I'll trade micros. I'll only trade micros for sure. So is it this simple? You come and watch Apple and Microsoft and Nvidia every day and you make money? No, guys. It's still complicated. But once in a while, like the market is like this, guys. It is like probabilities of, as I said, right? I have a checklist of things which I teach, show. There are hundreds of things we watch, right? We have like so many levels which is holding, confirming a long here, masters. Look at that, levels to go. This is the estimate I gave last night, 16 hours ago. I gave this much of playground to my members. If you are masters, you got this green line 1, 2, 3, 4. If you are new paradigm, you get some extra lines, right? 5, 6, 7, 8, and probably one more somewhere here, 9th line, right? So I give a playground that this is what I see playing out in tomorrow's session, and this is what has played out so far. I mean, look at the amount of, how did I get this number? I get based on the looking forward, looking backward in the market. I look forward in the market, I look backward in the market. I see, like, from 10 different angles, 10 different perspective, and it is never from the chart.
Do I ever come back with analysis? It is making higher, lower, low. I would be mad. It is making lower, low, and I still go long and call a high of the day. It is not that classic, support resistance analysis, higher, lower, low analysis. I mean, this is purely built with like a lot of hard work behind the scene. So this is what I do behind the scene, guys. I look back in the market few days, up to few weeks, up to 1 year to get points where there were key turnarounds, and these levels you see here hold are based on the previous historical levels which have played out, right? And if they are holding, they are confirming the long, stay long. You have a reason, you have motivation of Apple going into the upper edge, stay long. You have everything, look forward, Apple projected to move how much, look forward how much we are projected to move on a day. In the futures, there is so much complexity of web is done behind the scene, and then you see this kind of outcome. And if I make a mistake of stupidity of sizing up too much, I know so much, this is already happening, let me size up 5 minis now. I mean, I could still make a mess of my accounts by blowing it in this fluctuation. So that's why, even before I recommend, I force you, I motivate you to go do this yourself, I would say, why not size appropriately? That's the basic, right? I think that is what your question was, Naveen. Like with the small sizing, how you make pass evaluation, how I will make lots of money. You're not going to make a lot of money, unfortunately, but you will at least survive. You will not completely blow your funds you have. You'll still continue to make small payouts. You'll still continue to keep increasing your knowledge, your skills, your reflexes, your emotions in the market. And at some point, like, your training wheels will be gone. You will be ready to scale. You will be ready to fly. I don't know, guys. As I mentioned, I have overspoken here, over explained, over granularized everything I know, at least psychology wise, right? It need not be same for you. It can be something else. It can be moving average, it can be fair value gap, it can be just I just manage my risk. I don't much care about the market structure and all, but I have eyes. You lost your eyes, RDGD. I haven't. I can see my PNL, and my PNL tells me stop. If you have lost $500, stop for that day. Don't overthink. Next day you will win 500. Stop for the day. I have my eyes. They are working really well, and my eyes tell me if $500 loss, close the session, close the account, close the trading platform, or pick up another account. Forget about that account. You made $500. Close that account, close that platform, pick up another account, close the trading completely for that day if you have met the profit target. Even someone could be profitable just doing that, just managing their PNL, just managing their risk. So it can be any other route. It need not be my look forward, look backward, look behind, look fair value gaps. It can be anything on this earth. It can be any method, but you have to believe it. You have to master it. You have to live with that for a very long period of time before you greed up to do lot of contracts, do lot of money. That is what creates all the problems, the greed for a lot of money. I'm telling you guys, if I trade micros, I'll be very awesome. Here in the morning, I have greed. I have to show that I'm trading well with my new paradigm group. I have to have lots of profit. It drives my decision sometimes in the pre-market and the open trading. I should not be doing that.
The
but
sources telling Russia's rating
hopefully,
news agency that Russia-Ukraine
hopefully,
discussions on Ukraine settlement in Geneva were tense. The discussions will continue on Wednesday.
So yeah, that day, Naveen, going back to that question, I would not have lost those 6 accounts if I traded micros. But I have to, right? I have to show that, this is so good that I don't mind risking all the E-minis and all the accounts also. Yeah, in that process, in that greed, I do lose some accounts, but I have at least made truce with that, right? Yes, some accounts will be lost if I continue to take the risk. If I don't take risk, I trade micros, I'll be fine, guys. Do you really think like I'll be in any pressure at all? I'll be relaxing, having happy times. But it won't be very exciting for you to just watch me trade 1 micro or 2 micro throughout the day. Anyway, guys, lots of talk here, but here's Apple delivered at the weekly expected move upper edge. Hope you enjoyed all these discussions we had. And minority traders who voted for the session high, good job, guys. You won. 77 likes. You haven't even given me 100 likes, guys. Come on. We are like almost 200 people watching. Let's hit that like button. You are not trading. You are just yapping. You are a good. Your tail is up. You won. That's why you are very, very confident. Once you lose, you will not have this confidence. That's true. That's human. It can happen. Yeah, sure. It is like that, guys. It is like that for everyone. Don't think that you or I can be an exception. Everyone is same. We lose, we feel bad, we feel underconfident. We win, we feel confident. Again, we think like we'll keep winning every day. Again, our expectations get shattered. Next day we are going to lose. Only thing, as I mentioned, right? Only one thing. It will not damage all 20 accounts for me. It will not damage all the accounts for me anymore. I'll make sure that you break into the small sets and keep the damage restricted to few accounts whenever you lose.
Portal of LA container imports were 421,594 spot 20-foot equivalent units in January, down 30% from January 2025. They say that port exports to China look dismal. Again, that's Port of LA's Soroka saying exports to China look dismal. Soybeans to China were the hardest hit by US tariff policy, with exports from Port LA falling 80% last year. And further from Soroka, there the US soybean exports to China from Port of LA did not improve in November or December last year, following discussions between representatives of the two nations on the sidelines at the APEC summit.
Good job, guys. Thank you so much. 85 likes. Come on, guys. Let's push it to 100. Just 15 more likes needed. We'll be at 100 likes. That completes our quota. Water trade and your border view. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, there it is, guys. Apple at the upper edge. Congratulations. Apple is now up almost 4%, guys. From being up 2%, 2.3%, it is up 4%. How is that? How's that? It happened exactly on the back of Apple. And here's your new high on Nasdaq. Taken out this high from the US Open and we have printed a new high. Oh, that. Look at that, guys. And then some, right? There's always some. $95 likes. Come on, guys, 5 more likes. This is the reason why this channel does not grow, right? Because there is no demand. There is no demand for all this bullshit. Fuck you and fuck your lines. Fuck your expected move. I don't give a damn about you.
There's no value, guys. For this content, there is no demand. I am serving a different content. The demand is for some different content. That is the problem. That is the mismatch we have. So long or short? Now don't start crying about your channel views, subscriber. No. Long or short? I don't know, guys. Are you crazy? You want to short this move? Why not? Go ahead, short it. Maybe it comes down. Yeah, maybe Apple will send us back down. Keep watching Apple. If you see red in Apple, go ahead, short it. It can happen. It has reached the target. The setup is complete, so I don't mind. We are at the top end of the range. You're just here for the free pizza. What does that mean? Free pizza meaning? I am very bad, guys, in English. Here for free pizza refers to a common scenario in online communities like Reddit and in-person events where individual seeks, receives or discuss acquiring pizza without paying for it. Okay. It often centers on theme of charity, desperation, or taking advantage of market
Trump
promotions.
is an ambassador credentialing meeting. There is no
Good
live
one.
video for this. We'll keep looking. And if we do find it, we'll pop it on the feed for you.
Okay, it was just a joke. Okay, I don't get sarcasm. That's right. So yeah, you are starting to get reaction here from those highs now. Yeah, but this could again get bought. Be careful, guys. I would not. If you are getting some small tactical winners, you should trail tight. Reaching that upper edge does not mean it is always a rejection. It can mean that it can start to use that level. It can go sometimes above it, sometimes below it. It can start consolidating. But yeah, on some occasion it could be only getting that liquidity and rotating right back down. But yeah, until you see that happen, I mean, it could start to use it could start to consolidate at that line. It could spend some more sessions, at least tonight, tomorrow morning, before some new data news event comes. And yeah, and then Apple could take a back seat. It could now free the way for others to go for their upper or whatever like next target they are looking for. The at least the focus or the money could now rotate from Apple into something else. So this is a big key, right? Many streamers and all, they don't disclose the process, right? How they are reading and what. Generally, new traders, people who are starting new, they, at least I don't think they have any way of tracking the stocks or other indexes. They just load one trade of it, one Ninja Trader and one NQ. I'm trading NQ, MNQ or MES or NES or whatever, Russell or Dow.
Generally, they have no way of knowing how to track the market. So listening, attending my live streams, watching how we trade, how we read the market can be very beneficial for new traders. Many may agree, many may disagree that why I need to track this 8-10 things. I'm trading this. The same information can be seen here on the chart. If it is going higher highs, what if I just continue to buy the pullback with this as a stop loss? Yeah, do that. But there will be no that kind of assurance, right? Like here, the conviction, right? I voted, right? I voted even despite majority voted for the sideways, right? I didn't go with the majority, right? Then you cannot be different, guys. I would have voted with the majority. You are not seeing the result, but when as you are voting, I can see the result already. But before I give my opinion, I made sure that I end the poll. I let you see the result, and then I still vote against the majority that I would vote for a session high. So that is the difference, right? When you are just going with that higher, lower analysis, yeah, but at some point the higher high will not happen. At some point this lower low will not make, right? What will make that lower low not happen? What will make that higher high not happen anymore? Is something has to be looked outside. That's why new traders will have no knowledge how to look outside. That is where it is a little bit an edge. If you are coming, listening, learning from me, trade. Enough talking. Why don't you trade? I already traded, man. 150 pointer. What do you want? But trade more. There's still time. I need to pass my account. I need to reach my payout. Why don't you trade now? I don't have a setup. Sorry. Thank you for tracking for us. You're welcome. Q. Appreciate it. Yeah, for the starters, I told you, right? I would still not short it. How about that? It's still a good analysis. I would not short this. Apple literally up 4% right now. When can we short? I have a little problem, guys. I don't see the short side so well as the way I see the long side. And reason for that is short generally is because the big money is doing something. They are doing a rug pull on the longs. They are doing some sudden sharp movement, or there is some breaking news, which obviously first the price will reflect.
It's like that lightning, right? During thunderstorm, you'll see, right? Lightning will be first and then the sound will come later. Same thing. Price action, Naveen, going back to that big red candle you get, right, while being long. It is that like lightning. The candle will come first and then the news will follow later. Oh, this is what happened. That is what causing the down movement. Or that lightning could come because of the big money, right? They do one big red candle push or big sell order, and then that triggers the algorithm, and then they start spiraling into that sell. That is the reason why. It is that lightning effect. Light travels faster than sound. The price action will already flush your trade into a negative. You will already average down before you come to know the news. What happened? Why that red? And then by that time it has already intensified the sell. How you can avoid? Stop loss and not average down. Let there be a loser. Just first understand, why did it drop? Do you know the reason? Did Apple drop? Did Nvidia drop? Was there a news? Was there something in the other indexes? Still holding our level, or our levels were cut through like a hot knife through butter? How do? I only have one screen. That's why it will be very difficult to become a very high size, big size trader only from one screen. You'll have to have multiple screens. You'll have to have high speed data internet connections. You'll have to have multiple data flow subscription, like from the stocks, from the options, from the futures. You'll need to have multiple chart. You'll need to have multiple preparations. I don't want to do this all, bro. I just want to trade from one laptop, one screen with chart. Then I am the wrong guy. You should not be following me. I cannot teach you how to trade from one laptop, one screen, one chart. Does that mean whoever has made money has always had like this much amount of complexity in their trading? No, I don't think so. There are many techniques. In my technique, this is what is involved. And I am happy. I have seen it for 3-4 years. I still feel this is the right way. At least for me. For some other people, it could be 15-minute opening range or whatever guys. It works for them, good for them. I would never copy anyone like that. I would still believe in my own process. So yeah, be careful. It is now starting to stall. So yeah, so anyone looking to short, yeah, maybe the short will play out for you now. It is stalled. You can see, right? It has continuously chopped around. So what happens during this time is that there is a lot of liquidity, or like open interest is the right word. Many calls, many puts, many long, many short can be bought and sold during this time. So there's bunch of stop losses to run through here, bunch of stop losses to run through there. Since we have already moved like 1, 2 and 3 leg up, it is likely that it could first dip like here, right? It is very likely, even if it was going up, it would first dip lower to stop anyone who may have gone long, flush them out of their position, and then trap some short who are getting very greedy for that double bottom, trap them and then squeeze them up. That's why generally this, bull flag generally dips lower and then rips up. How to check money rolling into different themes? I mean, sometimes AI is hot, other times money flows into materials, etc. I mean, easy way without trusting those, bastards or fake news portals who are just like, in the morning they were concerned by the AI. Now they are not concerned with the AI anymore. So yeah, just go and open here, right? Some heat maps, some screeners. I like this Finviz heat map. Very simple, right? Go in S&P 500.
See what has worked in the last 1 month. Last 1 month performance you can see, right? This is where definitely money has flown out. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Tesla, Nvidia, they are all down. Big tech especially, except for Apple. Guess what? All the gains of Apple are happening now. Apple is up 4%. So seriously, in last 1 month, Apple was also down. Whole gain it happened today because right now Apple is up 4% and in entire 1 month it is up 3%. Yeah, all the big techs are in red. You can see that money has flown into Walmart, Costco's. It has flown into the healthcare, AbbVie up, Merck and company. Sorry, I don't follow them closely. So Merck up 10%, Amgen up 14%, Johnson and Johnson, defensive names, right? Gilead up 28%, Pfizer. So yeah, this is best way to track the market. S&P you can track based on individual index. Dow Jones also, where the money flowed within the Dow. You can see it mostly out of tech and into Walmart, McDonald's, Procter and Gamble, Coca-Cola, Johnson and Johnson, all dividend defensive name. Caterpillar, Chevron, Honeywell, Travelers, Insurance. And if you see in the Nasdaq 100, again big tech in the red, but PepsiCo, Costco, Walmart, they are also part of the Nasdaq 100. And then obviously our weekly level, right? That's where we see, right? Today is Nvidia, our horse. No, this is not horse to be bet on. Is Apple our horse? Obviously we betted on Apple. That's why you got that new session high. Apple was the horse to bet. It was already up 2%. It was the one most likely to finish the race first. Is Microsoft going to be our horse? No. Poor guy is not even green yet. It is still in red since last Friday's finish. Maybe by tomorrow it will come back here. How about Google? Google is again a down candidate. It's still negative. It's not yet positive. Amazon, yeah, it was positive. It dipped, but yeah, it is still not at the upper edge. Not our horse today. Meta, no, it is a midpoint play. It's still at the midpoint. Tesla, it has more negative news. It was down. It is down. It is still negative. Maybe tries to get to the midpoint by tomorrow morning. Broadcom, yeah, it's strong green along with the Apple, but certainly not the horse who is going to win the race. It was such a easy read today. Apple goes here and we get a new session high. That's it. Is this big enough? Yeah, I don't have eyes, but you have eyes. What do you mean by that? Look here. Which is the biggest block? Which is the big kid here on the block? Apple, Nvidia and Microsoft. Are these the candidate? No, today Apple is our candidate. So go today, 1 day performance. Look at that. Who is going to shine here? Who is the shining star in this entire 500 companies? Only one name which is in the bright green, Apple. Such a easy read, guys, today in the market. Oh, Apex 90% off. Thank you so much. I'll share it. Let's buy accounts. Come on, guys. Let's buy 90% off and blow more accounts. No, guys, don't go after many accounts. Just trade 1, 2 or 3 account, and 1, 2 or 3 account. Why? Because as I mentioned, right, if you have reached your loss goal or profit goal, stop trading that account. Rotate into the second account. You reach loss goal, profit goal, stop trading that second account. Go into the third account, and having 3, 4 or 5 maximum account is enough. Because if you continue to trade entire day, you can rotate between the account. And when you get very good, then you rotate between the sets like I do, right? Rotate in the sets of 3, 4 or 5 account. One set blown, go to the second set. One set, reach the profit target, go to the third set. One set, reach the loss target, go to the fourth set. Yeah, don't do that in the funded account. RM, especially now, I think Apex is going to review even those hedging activities. Magic Mike, really nice theory today. Your thesis played out exactly as you said. Most of the time it works out, because the thing is, it's not me. I'm not that good. It's the composition of the index. It is so top heavy, especially if you are trading Nasdaq. and you're not tracking this big blocks accurately, I mean, that's where I said, right, new traders may not have idea how to track them. Just glancing at them is not enough. You have to glance them from the point of view of their expected moves, which is what options market does a beautiful job in tracking the weekly expected move. Generally market stays inside that one standard deviation 68% of the time. 32% of the time they do trend outside, but that's where if you become member, I explain what to do in those scenario, what are the calculations when it goes outside the range, how to calculate them. On a daily basis I track the levels. Yeah, yara. Yeah, but yeah, basic trading can be achieved from that basic knowledge. Extreme trading, extreme scalping, extreme awareness of what this market is capable of doing now, in today's session, in tonight's session, where it is headed based on yesterday's activity, then you got to join the higher level of membership. You click the link mentioned in the chat below in case someone wants to learn more from me. I have educational videos created to explain entire strategy I have. There's the link. Join this channel to get access to all the perks. Become member. Access all the members only videos, levels I share every day. Extensive preparation before the market open if you are a new paradigm member. And when you click on that link, you get a pop-up. You watch that video which explains my strategy at high level. But decide member, masters or new paradigm. I do recommend becoming master. And if you love masters, use the masters level, then consider becoming new paradigm member. All the educational videos are here under the home tab. You'll see members educational video, experts educational video, masters educational video. And before the market open, I spend 1 hour with the new paradigm member and trade 1 hour of the market open with them. And 10:30 a.m. onwards, I am live on the public live stream for everyone.
In just under 10 minutes' time, we have Fed's Daily speaking on AI and the economy at San Jose State University. Text and Q&A is expected with a moderator. And in a blog, Amazon introduces agent plugins for AWS. In 5 minutes' time, we have Fed's Daily speaking on AI and the economy at San Jose State University. Text and Q&A is expected with a moderator.
So yeah, guys, Apex has gone for 90% off. Again, like last time, they have specials. Excuse me, $39 for the big size account, 150K, 250K, or 300K account, priced at $39. And PA activation fees is also reduced price, $75 for smaller account, 25K to 100K, 150K and above, $95 only for the PA activation. 90% off code RDGD. Sharing the link here in the chat as well.
One minute remaining for Fed's. 1 minute remaining. Ten seconds. Fed's Daily does not address near-term rate setting, economic outlook in prepared remarks on AI. And Daily says Fed must dig deep on AI impact to make right calls ahead. And Fed's Daily further saying officials should watch for signs of AI's impact. NYMEX WTI crude March futures settle at $62.33 a barrel, down 56 cents or 0.89%. NYMEX diesel March futures settle at around $2.39 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline March futures settle at around $1.91 a gallon. NYMEX natural gas March futures settle at around $3.03.
Gold is coming down, so be careful, guys. This gold down movement always had some negative impact on the Nasdaq as well. Your short, as I mentioned, right, this is stalled here, may play out in case they decide to first go for the stop losses. It could dip lower.
That being said, I'm not shorting it. I unless I see something, right. I just saw gold, but it's not enough for me. Rest other market looks fine to me. Why did they bounce from low of the day if they did not achieve anything? They did achieve, right? They did make a new low in the Nasdaq. Like you meant to say like something major in terms of the weekly. No, that's why, right? I was not. Most of my trades were long. I was not bared up at all. Our morning analysis was about the midpoint. So with the new paradigm members, my call out was for the midpoint. We were not playing for the session lows. I told them, right, clearly there was no selling in any of the individual product. We are always going to play for the midpoint. And that's what we do. First few trading session, Monday, Tuesday, when the direction is not set, we had none of our tech names or sectors at the lower edge. None. It was always going to be a midpoint play. So I don't know. I was not bearish. All my gains are from the longs. I have bought all these longs. This is my trade from. People got scared because the range was big, but I have bought all these longs. These are my morning trades. If I can enable it on the NQ chart, this is MNQ, but I can switch to micro Nasdaq, and these are my trade. I have bought all of these longs. We were long here into that push higher. We expected it to come to VWAP. Yeah, we scalped here, and when it flush, I bought all of these lows. We were always looking for the VWAP or this midpoint. And now, as the day progressed, we have spent more time here at the midpoint and now trending above it. So I never shorted. So not me. I was not bearish. The whole morning analysis was for the midpoint. We have the midpoint. It was not about the lower edge at all. So yeah, you're right. Nothing was achieved on the downside. It was just pullback worth buying and rotating back to the midpoint. That was the call for the day to stay long, buy the dip, look for the midpoint retracement. The sell off is for no reason. There's no, even the news guy also got it today. I don't see a specific reason for this sell off. Market down 1%. I think it's more to do with the, I don't know, like maybe you have to go backwards. Last week's price action or whatever. Yeah, on the daily you can see, right, it has again at least dipped into that areas, right? It has, we have been in this zone many times, right? We have these lows, right? It was all about this. Yeah, no strong motivation. That's the reason why we did not short. We still trusted going long more than shorting the market. Even after this sell-off, long was still the right side for me. Because there was nothing I could pinpoint that market is selling off and I will short until this happens, right? Because generally you see me shorting for the lower edge of the expected move on Nasdaq or ES. There was nothing, not even Russell or Dow. If any of those small indexes could have sold off, we could have piggyback on those sell, use them as our leading indicator, at least stay short until Russell or Dow reaches to its weekly low. They were not. They were also not the candidate for sell. Neither big tech, neither sectors, neither small indexes, nothing. New session highs everywhere. US session highs still haven't taken out the overnight highs or London session highs. ES now approaching that high. Nasdaq still has long way to go. It is at 880 overnight or London high. We're at 930, I think. When I say London high, it is not yesterday. It is Friday or whatever, like Sunday night. It was yesterday half a day trading session. Cash market was closed. I think it was before that, Sunday night high, 930. So has someone purchased the Legends buy one get one account? I want to buy, but how does it work? Like you first purchase and then they send you or email you a coupon code? What your experience since the starting of new paradigm in October? Yeah, that's where the bleeding has gone significantly down. IV soft. So that 1300, I mean, I could be like, I think in last 1.5 month, I may have like last 4 months since October. I have hardly had 100 blown accounts, which is like, you know, like trading in the set of pi, right? So 100 blown account divided by 5, 20 blown accounts in last 4 months, which is per month 5 account. So I got 2, so when you buy you add 2 and it will change for 1. Okay, thanks CA trader. Thanks Jeff. So yeah, IV soft, the significant reduction. And I told you, right, the ratio keeps getting better. The like in my year 1 of profitability, my $80,000 profit came from $20,000 invested, right, divided by 20,000. It was 4 times. For every $1 I made $4. So next year it was $5. For every $1 I spent, it was $5. Last year it was for every $1 I spent, I made $6 back. And hopefully, like, it's too early right now. I mean, maybe, like as I mentioned, right, January was not that great. February so far is so good. I would wait before I say that, I am doing really well this year. But yeah, it has improved. That $1 spent made me $4. 2023, 2024, every $1 I spent made $5 for it from the prop firm. 2025, it was for every $1 I made $6. So last year I averaged, as I said, right, $12,500 per month. Like good, bad, 12,500, 12,500 times 12, 150, not 150, I don't know why. I think I made 130 something and 35. Let's go with $135,000 and 35. Good. 6, yeah. I spent around roughly $24,000. So that is how I track. I don't micromanage all these things. As I mentioned, right? If I'm really after my own methodology, my own improving my own strategy, I mean, I can afford to lose more account there. I'm not using anyone's concept, right? So if I'm discovering something new, I'll have more failure rate myself. But it's good. It has steadily declined. And more importantly, I would never trade. Go and check before last October. I never traded many accounts, especially on the live stream. It looks really bad, right? When you blow this many accounts. First of all, it's the confidence, right? I wouldn't have confidence to trade this many account live. And that too using e-minis. Micros, yes, you can trade. Two minis or 20 macros, yes. But I go for 150k account. Jeff, I generally go for 150k and above account, so it has more drawdown room. With Apex, I'd also sometimes pick up 250k accounts, which has more drawdown room. So 15 more minutes to go for top of the hour. If you are losing, guys, slow down. Don't buy many accounts. Nothing is going to change. Getting more accounts, now I am more determined, is not going to change anything. But if you are demonstrating ability that on a red day also you were very strong green, on a slow day also you had good green, on a strong trending day when everyone was making money buying the dip or holding the trend lines or holding the moving averages, buying that, you also made money.
Brent crude futures
If you have demonstrated such
$67.42 a barrel,
profits,
down $1.23.
I think that is the basic start. Even before payouts, even before passing account, that could take some days, some weeks, sometimes for some people. How about these 5 days of this week? Monday was a holiday. I traded well. I made 3,000 each in couple of accounts. Today was a down day, big sell off at the open. I did really well. Tomorrow, let's say tomorrow is a consolidation. If I still do well, next day there is a huge rally. We go into the upper edge. I will be doing well. So that's how I would track myself in last 2, 3, 4 days performance. I traded in each different condition well. I traded well in each direction. So only go on investing more money in the prop firm, buying more account if you are demonstrating such behavior. Without any result, just blindly pumping money is not going to change your fate. Keep track, as I mentioned, I have kept track of my expenses. This works well for me, tracking at a very high level. Average how much I am making, average how much I want to spend. $25,000 is my budget. I think I have stuck to that. Obviously last year I went to 24,000, but I made more money also, right? Previously I had made less money, so I kept my budget small. Again, my focus, as I mentioned, right, it was purely on the strategy. I was spending more time in developing my strategy, sharing my strategy via membership group. You have used my level since January 2024, weekly level. Since January 2025, you have used my daily levels, and since October, we have this new paradigm group where we are doing absolutely amazing work with our levels, with our analysis, with our pre-market show, market open trading. So yeah, now hopefully that ratio keeps improving, and go for the bigger profits this year. Ideal profit would be 20,000 per month. It is going to be an amazing achievement if I do that. Already January is like a New Year resolution, right? I will go to gym. Already January is over and the gyms are no longer, full, right? Already January is over. I only made 6K in the January month. There goes, that's why I said, right? Having goals, having firm determination is of no use. Did I make 20,000 in January month? No, I just made $6,000 in January month. So far February is nice. I am already made 5,000 in withdrawal so far. Half month is gone. Maybe by the end of the month I'll be about 10,000 or 12,000, which is my average, which is fine. Yeah, I can still, again, me very determined to make 20,000 this year is not enough. Me trading well, demonstrating each day that I traded well, demonstrating each day I have survived, not blown my accounts, is what is going to matter. That should dictate my spending of the money. If I still don't do well in February, I should slow down. I should not spend more money. I should stick to my 20-25K budget that I am going to spend 20-25,000 maximum this year. Divide that. This is my budget each month. 25,000 per year is the maximum. I never cross 2022, but I keep it as a buffer. 25,000 I can afford to lose in entire year. Divide that by 12. So per month I can lose $2,000. That is my budget. But for that $2,000, I would be making at least $12,000, right? Or $10,000. Even if I make 10,000, I beat my bare minimum, right? 5 times. For 10,000 total profit in withdrawal, I would be spending $2,000. So it is 5 times, right? 4 is my least, 6 is my best, 5 is my mean, right? So there you go, guys. See, you have to grow a little bit bigger. You have to treat this as a business, guys. If you are like purely emotional, just I want to make money, I want to work hard, I'll be spending a whole 8 hours staring at the chart. But if the math is not making sense behind the scene, stop it. At some level you have to beat the math, and that does not even require analysis, right? That does not even require chart analysis. Thanks for sharing your real result. I believe most people are working and feeding the trading habits to pay for prop firms owners Lambo. I mean, it's not bad, to be honest. Prop firms, imagine like people doing this to their personal account, what they are doing to the prop firm accounts. I think this is still, at some point, at least the chances of people becoming successful are higher in the prop firm model versus trading their own money. I will have never gone to this kind of a depth. I would have never experimented and, as I said, right, blown 1100 accounts, right? Trying to discover this, 9 steps I want to have ready, and this many markets and this way of tracking before I take a trade. I would have never gone to this depth with my personal money. It depends, right? Everyone gets a punching bag, right? Not everyone becomes Muhammad Ali. So what you do with that punching bag, how you practice, how you train yourself around that punching bag, what routines you have, what food you eat, how well you are psychologically or mentally built, how you recover from your losses, how you recover from those injuries. Everything goes into making a great trader or a great boxer, that punching bag analogy. It really depends, right? What you want to do, what you want to achieve, right? Blowing 1100 or 1300 account, yeah, but I have achieved something which I wanted. I had a plan in my mind, right? It's not just for the payout I was blowing those accounts. Many people skew that math just for the payout, right? Because there were some traders, fellow streamers, who would proudly say, make a video, my risk is $25. When I purchase this account for 80% discount, I paid $20. When I take a trade, I don't put a stop loss. Before Apex brought that rule, right, that you cannot lose more than 30%. So that was the justification some fellow streamers gave, that my risk is $2,500. When I lose an account, I don't think I lost $2,500. I just lost $20 because that is what I paid for that account.
and for that $2,500 risk, if I make $300 and that account goes to the payout, I would have still paid more money to myself than what I paid to the prop firm. I was never in that madness. Instead, if I have a trade, I am always using the proper stop loss. Divide whatever 2,500 at least or 5,000 into 2-3 chunks, right? At least I'll lose 1,500, and then remaining $1,000 before I have blown that account. Yeah, so here you go, market rotating back down. I said that I would be open for any selling, although I cannot see sell off very naturally. It doesn't come natural to me, the downside, especially on if the market are reverse holding well. Something suddenly must happen, something must start selling, which is difficult to spot, because when things are selling, we already know where it is going, what it is heading into. I do spot spilling, not that I don't short. I do spot selling when we are in the downtrend, right? When we are already coming down with the news, with agenda, my index going into the weekly lows, then I short. Tactical short, I generally am not a big fan. It doesn't work for me, right? As I said, right, I can have a winner, but I'll not do it over and over again. I want to take trades which I can repeat over and over again. A tactical lucky winner short, if it is a index catalyst driven sell off, like index going into the lower edge, just like we saw Apple going to the upper edge, index going into the lower edge, some products selling off heavily and going into their lower edge, there's some news, some catalyst, then that becomes easier follow through or kind of a continuation trade to short. Yeah, I'm not feeling like trading, guys. I have reached all my profit targets today, so I doubt I'll take any trades now. You'll end up taking one. No, I don't know. I'm feeling tired today, and I have to go somewhere in the evening. So I'll have to start working quickly on your levels before I leave there. So we might close the stream early today. Top of the hour coming up. You might get a pullback for this top of the hour. No, longs are risky because ES is above the midpoint. It could again rotate back into the midpoint. Nasdaq is just hovering above that midpoint, which is around here, 803 area, right? So I wouldn't risk long here. Nasdaq could go below 800 and ES could dip into its midpoint. I think that is more natural thing for the market to do. So ES dipping another 20 points could be a bit dangerous for Nasdaq. Nasdaq could find itself into 720 area. Yes, back in 2 minutes.
Fed's daily says not clear how long productivity growth will last. Daily says inflation is above target, people feeling stretched.
Fed's daily says AI investment can boost demand and raise inflation pressures, but productivity is disinflationary. It's all about timing. Fed's daily says it's too far to link productivity growth all to AI, but something is definitely happening in productivity. Fed's daily says productivity growth could just be better cost management in slowing economy.
So yeah, suspected, no bounce there. Yes, Nasdaq is at 803, its midpoint. I will take one long if ES hits its master's level. I know I said I will not trade, but since if you guys are still going to wait and watch, I might take a long if ES gets to 862. Or I can just make you wait and not
Fed
trade.
Daily says work anxiety is high.
Yeah, but I wouldn't take this bounce of the midpoint on Nasdaq. At least that I can avoid. It's risky because ES has a master's level below it. So if ES dips into its master's level, then yes. Not here, not here. No long. Even if it bounces, I'll let that bounce miss.
Adding that work anxiety is not the same as AI taking all jobs, though.
And you can see, right, as suspected on Apple, I told you, right, it can start using that level. That is the right thing for it to do. Sometimes above it, sometimes below it, above it, below it, above it. It's just starting to use that level now. Can reject if the overall market dips. It can still continue to come down with the market now. Now it will be in the sync. It will not be the front runner for the market.
Fed Daily says the Fed doesn't use AI in monetary policy work right now. Fed's Daily says AI isn't a good tool right now to replace our forecasters.
Yeah, waiting for it to dip little lower before I decide to take a long.
VP Vance says that Trump has a lot of options on Iran. He's currently speaking on Fox News. Vance has said in some ways Iran talks went well. Vance adds that Iranians are not yet willing to acknowledge some of Trump's red lines. Vance says that Trump wants to find a solution, whether it's diplomatic or another option.
So there we are heading or starting to head a little bit lower from that 800 area.
Fed's daily says right now modestly or slightly restrictive. So again, saying the Fed is right now modestly or slightly restrictive. Avant adds that everything is on the table with Iranian negotiations. Fed's daily says we have 75 base points roughly to go until we get to neutral. And we need to get inflation down. Daily says AI is one mechanism that helps us on inflation, but also its restrictive policy. Daily adds that besides healthcare and education, there's been mostly job losses in the US economy. Trump on Truth Social says our massive trade deal with Japan has just launched. Adding Japan is now officially and financially moving forward with first set of investments under its $550 billion commitment to invest in the US. Fed's daily says no hiring, no firing makes the economy a little vulnerable. Also, Trump on Truth Social says he's pleased to announce 3 tremendous projects as projects in strategic areas of oil and gas in Texas. Also saying, and also talking about generation in Ohio and critical minerals in Georgia.
Right, we're going to add one more, as we have two levels side by side there, and ES almost home. 90% off promo. Yeah, it's pinned in the chat. I'll update the banner later. So Venki Deep, did the masters level meet your expectations? Never disappoints, right? Masters never disappoints. It held, it gave that reaction, just enough reaction, right? Which is enough. But what do you say? Unfortunate that many people, most of the world will be unaware what we are doing here. So guys, consider becoming member. We were banking on this masters level to hold. You can see, right, how precisely there were two levels. That's why we added two contract. It's worth the reaction, or at least this chop here. And that is what you want. Enough, small reaction, a confirmed reaction is, you can manage your position around it. Especially if you are sized appropriately, it's not a big deal. But you need that, that one time it goes into that area, you want that reaction, and it never disappoints, guys. Masters never disappoints. Never disappoints. Very rare occasion I have seen that, master, unless it is at the open with the institutional volume, you are dumping, like you try to go and catch at that falling knife with that masters. Obviously, it's not going to work. It's trying to discover a new price. But in a normal trading range, normal pullback, if the level doesn't work, better unsubscribe, guys. Don't pay for that masters level. Look at that. Look at that strong bounce from that area. I told you, right? It will be below that 800 area as ES approaches its masters level, and now we'll even get our 803. And now I can have my day completed. I had this in multiple account, this trade. It's a welcome trade. Towards the end of the day, I didn't expect I'll do this trade, but why not? We have our masters level. And good thing is, you can see, right, without conveying Venki Deep, his masters, he knew the plan, what I'm going to trade. He knew it. He was thinking the same. Just read his chat. Was thinking the same. Got the same trade, and here's our winner. Anyway, this much reaction is enough, because this one is the confirmed reaction, right? Who cares, right? Market fluctuates. Yeah, it can fluctuate more, but that one time it goes there, you want it to react. Don't short. How amazing those levels work, guys. Seriously, like, I feel impressed every day myself. For some people, you might feel why he's like, self, like he's talking so much about that level and all. I mean, this was even bigger trade. No, that is not important. Market can do anything it wants, right? But we want the confirmation, right? Repeatability, right? That if it is here, it is going to react, right? That is what matters. Yeah, somebody could have taken a trade into that area short. Very difficult for me to read, and in a strong reversal, that pullback will happen. But once it has happened, I can take that trade instead of this, unknown big or unknown long trade or unknown short trade into that area. A known reaction bounce, I'll take that known reaction bounce more than unknown trade into that area. So yeah, we are hopefully back. We tag already midpoint, so the trade is over. 803, no, not yet, right? 803 should be the target here if it continues higher. Yes, ES hit masters level. There are two masters level side by side. Nasdaq was going to dip below the midpoint. That's what we said, right? I would not buy 803.
Ideally, if I'm just buying midpoint, I know we are going to dip below master midpoint area. That's why I said, right, someone who is considering 803, don't buy, because ES is going into its masters level. So you should rather wait for ES to go into the masters level and masters level to give you reaction. And now it can chop and ES can dip into the midpoint, right? So ES still has midpoint which has not come. So in between, if you're trading, this is not going to hold because ES still has room for its midpoint to come into play, right? So this could still come down, but this reaction, right, this is the one confirmation we all know will come, right? There will be one reaction here because of the ES masters level. This is that one thing, right, which we are very sure about. Like your Tarantino level side by side, like if both fail, doesn't happen. It has to be like something really significant for that to happen. Yeah. I think that is what we are talking since entire morning. You have to see it in totality. You cannot trade in silo one chart. Order flow is impacted. So isn't this a basic logic? Think about it. Okay, your question is, even though I am trading NQ only, I should be plotting ES level also. So you mean to say that you will trade Nasdaq in the silo? Isn't Microsoft, Nvidia, Apple, Broadcom, Google, Meta also part of S&P 500? Like if this in total moves, why wouldn't the component this which are also part of this will have a similar kind of a reaction? When you see like overall, market today, right? Like overall, we had a sell off last week. We had dead cat bounce on Thursday or whatever last week, and then we again sold off. Isn't it still the same, right? Sell off, dead cat bounce, and sell off here. More or less, it will be the same structure. The order flows are intertwined; they are related. Especially, the composition of the indexes are such. At least Nasdaq, yes, you have to have hand in hand. You cannot trade Nasdaq or ES in silo. You have to prioritize all the levels.
S&P 500 buy side 1 billion, Nasdaq 100 buy side 691 million, Dow 30 buy side 453 million, and Mag 7 buy side 513 million.
Yeah, you have to plot your experts level also, and not only just masters. And at least you have to plot it for both Nasdaq as well as ES. You can skip Russell, Dow, Gold if you want. Nasdaq and ES together are must. Anyway, imbalances are out. 1 billion buy side on S&P 500, Nasdaq 700 million buy side, Dow 450 million buy side, Mag 7 500 million buy side. And that will be all for today, guys. Thank you so much for your time. I'll see you back tomorrow morning. Take care. Have a nice evening. Bye bye. I have some work, guys. I need to finish quickly now before I have to go outside. Take care. Bye bye.